Yo, what do we see? What up, Mr. Duct Tape? You're watching history being made. History of this channel, which I guess is always the case. Welcome to day 25th October of 2021. What up? What you doing? Doing stuff. Gonna play in a minute because I'm trying to perform an action on Streamlabs first, which I'm failing. Alright, I'm gonna play real soon, chat. Real soon. Played Lantern the PTK yesterday. With a lot of changes you made. Got 31st, but started 5-0. Deck seemed really clean. Well, I'm glad you've been fairly successful then. I will play Lantern today. I also play 4-color with Laser Storm's main. Morning chatters. Got baited Pog. Well, I'm getting baited into playing Lantern by Uranus rather than the other way around, actually. But it's not really baiting, it's actually quite Pog. Harvest good, question mark. Yeah, I think Harvest is pretty good. Play Summits. I think that lands in your graveyard for Witness, which is pretty nice. So yeah, I added plenty of cards to this deck. I've seen that Kai was playing one path, and I was like, yeah, I guess I could play one path. Sometimes it is too many bots, especially if I want to play the Lightning Helixes in the sideboard. Not the greatest against turn 1 Monkey, but yeah. And like, I cut the corals, which are kind of a liability for the most part. I cut the corals in the past and I returned to them, and that was because I felt like I didn't have enough objects for Yorion. But if I want to play Yorion, now I have the seas, which worked really well with Yorion, even better than the snakes, and are actively a card that I want to play anyways. So we can get rid of the, you know, I believe I said that one path was good some time ago on one listen. Could be. I think one path is good since I'm playing the Helixes. Do not have 8 boards because that's kinda exploitable. And they stay there. Hello, what up? Which lands are ugly? Alright, let's upload the deck. So upload the deck list. What's the new anti-Doomwake tag? Thank you for the sub, Perxis. I have to get a job. I guess you subbed by yourself. You had to successfully achieve the job then, and I congratulate you on that. I don't care for the word there. Let's play another plus, another dragon. Yeah, the anti-Doomwake tag is just Flasher's main, and then I have 4 more sideboard cards in the sideboard. Are we ready for the reanimator lists? Kappa. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, let's have another endurance instead, because he did win after all. So it might be useful. And by having the flashes in the main, I just got a lot more sideboard slots, so it's like maining the sideboard cards to overcome the Yorion downside. Any commerce? Probably some at least. Gonna play the prelim in 3 hours. Come sheep. Let's skip come sheep. I guess I told Dursa that one grand per stream, but let's like only play it when Dursa's here. Thank you, Fantaman, for the sub. Thank you for. I'm the best. Surfasic. Meryash, thank you for the sub. Just blue red. Oh, it's living end. Okay, so we get to use our main cluster storms. Not this game though, maybe. My hand is very bad against living end. Especially now because I don't have Tefari. It's a bad draw. I don't know why TSP and doesn't stream anymore. I don't know. Could ask him. Last time we met, he told me that he's getting a bit tired of streaming the same deck every day, so well, maybe. Doesn't sound like something that he couldn't. Oh, almost. So sad. Oh, waiting. Nice, nice, nice. I might just have 2, but... True. Okay. I'm the best. Yeah, I was like forced on spreading C, so it's kinda weird. Now it's 1 card in hand, so well, if my opponent's hand is not great, then continue playing, seems like. Although, well, maybe it's... No, maybe if I just gonna have an agent. Eh. Any son, are we winning? Well, you tell me. I am not in fact winning. So Oscar was priority agent number 2. Well, it's very well said. Why explosives? You see, I don't want explosives. I misspoke. I guess now we're forced to have the seas versus the living in, which is gonna be okay. And by okay, I mean kinda bad. Let's put in the Emrakul too, maybe. You lost? Yeah, you had 2 cascades. Look at the other side when you put your own hand, yeah. Put your own hand, lose. It's like, you know, pretty clear that that's what's happening, right? You can see the connection. Skąd Microsoft? No, ciekawe jakie. Wszystkie twoje konta działają poprawnie. No już nie ma problemu z Microsoft. Zajebiście, zajebiście. Spelling C is not at best, but... Or what is micro and soft? Well... Force check. You have the Tefari too, so... One of those is gonna resolve for sure, right? That's my opponent has Force and Grief and then Cascade, but that's, you know, a bit too fortunate for... Too margin, I think. Isn't Gap too old for TTS? Gap is old, but an old memer. So... I think he's fine. Yeah, it cards for the Pepega Rhinos, many of them, yeah. Let's get the raw green. Won't have green, but... Be able to cast iteration for land 3 if needed. I guess like double C's actually kinda does a little bit. Can lose with this hand. Well, I think it's fairly unlikely to lose, yeah. Enchantment Aura. Enchantment Aura. I'll somehow play Tefari. Have you ever wondered about the shape of the rhinoceros? Not necessarily. But I wouldn't say that I haven't wondered about that either. Early conductor badge, that's very pog. Single dispute, spells counts 2. So if I cast Fluster, opponent needs to pay 3, so that's okay. I think I'm in fun of casting it now. You know, ask for force. Risky on my smoke throwing XM. Smoke throwing XM. Okay, force an agent, sure. Watch up and bounce the chalice and get the river winders now, and I'll be like, damn. That's a problem. Iterate. Blaster Storm is always lethal. Always lethal. We should have spent 3 on the Yorion ink. That's odd to fetch a Steam Vents while I'm naming this, but sure. Has another green in hand. Well, they have green now, but that's subtlety, sure. Subtlety. Do I want to redraw Witness? I would think I do. Ephemerate in hand seems pretty attractive. Do we need this? I don't have slots right now. I need to remove something, and it's actually it's so inconvenient to use Franca Face here. I kinda hate it. First exciting, my spell's kinda sad. Foundation Broiker, okay. I play Witness and grab the Chalice again. I'm having fun playing cards today. I can't say I don't. What can I say I do? Oh, my point was stepped out of the, like, F6 out of the force. It's kind of a shame. Some can 2, so with some can 3. Sure. I guess this is my upkeep? No, we might be losing. I think we are not losing. Sang is cool, damn. So true. Evoked. Okay. S, I guess. The next time the agent is going to... There's several plus pluses on the main phase, yeah. I didn't realize that was in the upkeep. It's kind of weird, Chum, because my opponent's going to resolve a living end, but it's going to be just 2 River Winders. It's not that bad, right? I don't have another spell to get under a storm to do stuff, which is a problem. Attacking with the Witness was bad. I should have kept Witness back. The agent here is kinda super rough. I would have been a super okay spot had I not blew it though, so I was kinda not great, I guess they blew it. I kill one of my C's again, that's so sad. 2. Ay 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 ay. Very timely, Tafari, very timely of you, huh? My 2 face streamers, Spinning Spike and Doomwake, face each other in the finals today in a real nail biter. Damn. What's that, John? It's kinda Pepega that I'm losing this game. Although I guess one can argue that I lost on a misplay. Yeah, I lost on a misplay, I was fine, chat, I was fine. Just being Riverwinders is super rough. I mean, maybe draw Omnath into fetch, better than just playing the Yorion and being unable to win. Could be... It's not it. But yeah, I absolutely missed that I was in my upkeep still, so I was really bad. Although I guess my opponent f6 too, that force, so... That's kind of worked out weirdly for both of us. No, Reflecting Pool is a nice. Can draw Salted and Exile you're like pitching Tefari. Yeah, but that's, you know, it's not a winning play. No, that's like not close to being a winning play in like any capacity. It has no, it hasn't been close to a winning play. Right, you can draw Jamnaf. We can draw Jamnaf, chat. Nice. So you actually live now. Oh, more flasters, very useful at this point of the game. Sure. So now we want to draw a witness, the most. Like an iteration. So get to an extra redraw. No lantern question mark. I'll be playing lantern later today. So I go to 8. Look at 5/5. Play next John next turn. Just suicides this. Good morning, Kaneki. Good morning. Could I ask you to start spelling it the proper way? Just Kaneki. They can 5 +1 +0. No, they can't 5. I did too far in play. Canister? No, I mean Kaneki is good, but just Kaneki and not. With an I, not an E. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć. This game, chat. Okay. That was a rough game, chat. But we won. 2k few runner outs, but nice top deck, yeah. We should have just not fucked up, right? They want the dragon maybe over his seas. While attacking Tefari. Well, they attacked Tefari, then I would have got more turns. Attacking me made sense. Plenty of sense. You're about to concede? Yeah, but I decided not to. I decided to play it out. Those games are the nicest when you're like, damn, I can't win. You're almost going to concede, but then you think, what if? What happened to Murktide? Does it have a bad match versus Focal Piles? Yeah, it should have. Wolf playing game, Raku, best card. No hate cards in this. I'll move because just have Solitude. Just really kind of okay sometimes, but really bad against the most problematic Hexproof monster. Seems like more of a keep. Other difference between your list and Kane Piper that won the PTQ? Well, I'm playing Fluster now on main, right? And the list that Kane was playing was like 2 cards different. And a Manic Path, I put a Manic Path in my deck too. It makes a little bit of sense to me. Not forced even. Let's see if we get, you know, 2/2 for 2. Oh, no second mana for this. You get Brazen Borrower too. Okay, no Borrower, so we don't have to be worried of the Cascade next turn unless Vigor, but I assume no Vigor. I'm asking to cross for Crossfinger, so they will attempt to finish my Master's Thesis. Good luck. Path back in Modern. Just have one path, chat. Whale. Path's the best white card in Modern for 1 mana. I think Path's better than... Put a Dispute in the graveyard. Yeah. I mean, it's surely getting disputed, but got to fight through it somehow. That'll teach. Top. It's 3 River Winders, like always mono River Winders, huh? When did Hardcast that, which was weird? A Force and Cascader on top of that would be incredible. No, I don't. Something wrong with Fantasy Build, right? Yeah. Alright, I can replay and kill this, but... It's probably okay. Area of land borrower. Yeah, but still hard casting's a bit odd. So I think hard casting just means that they don't have anything special. Guess maybe I got the wrong lens. Scale is 10 more times expensive than request. Stupid. Yeah, it is. Blah, blah, blah. Camel by camel. Match tracker thing not working properly? Yeah, it doesn't. Cancer, please, can you say ball of war like British person? I can't know. What do I think of the brought back deck? It seemed serviceable, but like it's not the best thing I could be playing. I'm pretty sure, and it's like a Boros deck. I don't know, I don't think it's my favorite, but it seems serviceable. A lot of people seem to love it though. Like a lot of people just ask about it a lot. Chad, what's your favorite type of nut? I'm not Chad, so I will not answer. Is permission for grant granted? No, it's not. Cashew nut? Cashew nut is pretty good nut. Rhinos are good. Good. Camo by camo. No, that's November, yeah, true. Don't talk about it yet. It's this month. Alright, land. Thanks. Land by land. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Land by land. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm having a hard time to beat your deck at LGS. What's the best cards against you? Urza's Tower, Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, Goblin Charbelcher, Valak the Molten Pinnacle alongside actual mountains. Well, we're gonna see soon. Lotus Field. Probably gives and given Passion Flames to a slightly lesser extent. I'm gonna play the monster to clock. As Burn? Burn is fine since I devoted cards. This is it. So, like, many... I don't know, probably do fine with Dredge even or something like that. So, you know, if you play a deck that is outside of the scope of what this deck beats, which is like somewhat limited. It's like limited to the, like, it does beat a decent amount of good decks, but it doesn't beat bad decks. So play bad decks and you're gonna do well. Anderson Claire, thank you for your Prime Gaming subscription. Can Lego be considered bodybuilding? It's eye-opening. Thank you for the gifted sub, Adam. 420 subs right now. Just the weed number, which is funny. Do you think the BTL Skype deck could come back? Maybe. My rank got host. I didn't expect that. Interesting. We have 2 cards. Didn't have scape shift, seems like. Interesting. Heavy Titan, I guess we're gonna buff it. It's not like that's gonna do much, but... Oh no, my opponent holds my witness. Do you think Yorion decks are the natural version of tier decks? What's a tier deck? Fuck your bitch. Fuck your bitch. Fuck your bitch. Why is classical music so quiet, chat? Didn't the composers know that people perceive louder music as better music? Perceive it better? It's more attractive rather? Global warming, winter probably is about 10 minutes TPF. Since is it okay? Is it cool to play, say, global warming? Over climate change? Charmo is very pokey here, I guess. This is the music they play outside supermarkets to scare away homeless people. I didn't know that. Seems like Lightning Bolt is bad. Fury is bad too. Prismatic Ending is bad too. Yeah, I guess. Don't have that much. Maybe I want bolts to go face with the endings. Fury seems super bad. Fury is probably bad since they land combos. What? I do play Ren, so I could have something against Ren. Which is either Fury or Ending, exactly. Yeah, let's have the endings. I'll push them to Solitude. I'm running 2 more. This to Clock, I guess. Helix better than Bolt because life gain? I don't care for the life gain much. Valakut, I don't think so. Just have two Furies. You can also like Fury, Ephemerate Fury, have a clock. It's not a great play often, but sometimes maybe. And it's fairly stinky. Let's keep this one though. Why do we want to see so much Lantern? It's the coolest deck there is. Why no Lantern today? I will be playing Lantern. I'm not playing Lantern, bros. Scared of my back. I will be playing it. I do want to play it myself, yeah. All of that is true and it is the case. I'm gonna call the promise then, sure. Does it make sense to include singleton sideboard cards in an 80 card deck since you'll see them so infrequently? Alright, tell me. Are you more likely to draw Obsidian Charmo if you have one Obsidian Charmo in your deck? Or if you're more likely to draw Obsidian Charmo if your deck contains no Obsidian Charmo? In which scenario is it more likely that you're going to draw Obsidian Charmo? Is Lanyard tier 1? I wouldn't say so, no. It's pretty good, actually. So that line of thinking is just... It's kind of silly, right? Like, because what is that you're trying to think about, right? It's not whether you're going to... Like, you're always going to have 15 cyborg slots to manage, right? And to use. So, you know, you decide how do you spend them, and the cost of a single cyborg slot is always the opportunity cost of every single cyborg slot is a cyborg slot. You can always have another card in this slot that could be playing, but just like a wrongful line of thinking. Because, you know, if you're trying to improve a matchup, but you can only find one spot, right, for like a matchup that does that, then that's not in itself an argument against spinning that slot and improving that matchup this way, right? For some reason you're tracking a modern challenge now? Yeah, the bot was broken since past week and I don't know what to do about that, unfortunately. So you consider a number of BTL? What would I BTL for? What would be the card that I will be grabbing? One of Charmo. I haven't considered playing that. What time is the preliminary? In 2 hours. Like BTL, I'm not playing 5 mana cards in this deck, right? Like, you don't want to be playing 5 mana cards in this deck necessarily, so... Like, by like default targets for BTL, I don't have that, so I would need to be playing like for BTL T-Bot, which I don't want to do necessarily. That it doesn't seem like that's the biggest thing. Also, like 5 mana cards generally are kind of expensive. Giving the flash some doesn't seem to have much effect on the game. And the other point, not to kill my Omnath, I guess. Please take Ren 6 out of this deck so I don't have to buy it in paper. I will not take Ren out of this deck because it's actually good. Had I enchanted a fetch land, I could have discarded, put enchantment to my graveyard with... No, it seems like I don't have anything. Damn, my point is like really unfortunate here. Like, I don't know what's in their deck. Like, the Rain doesn't seem too great. They don't seem to be playing that many fetches. But I don't keep the Flusser up. But might be able to kill them. Endurance. Timely. Yeah, well, I guess. And the Emrakul is on the stack, huh? The Emrakul is surprisingly decent against stuff. I kinda honestly like consider playing two Fellow Summer. Yeah. Should block, right? But maybe they won't. Oh, not blocking. What? You can't mess it up the cough too much, but I guess. Can just not draw more mountains. Yeah. Alright, let's make them not totally escape. Should they play some questionable cards in their deck? That I think the deck would be better if it wouldn't play them, but... Stomping Ground. Stomping Ground is red. But yeah, I wonder if Emrakul is like better. Better than Time Warp in this deck. It kind of seems better, and like maybe I'm going to play a second one. Because it is something that when you cast against your bad matchups, you should kind of host them and win. So I'll consider a second Emrakul, like seems good in the mirror against control. This combo, Emrakul Copium. Once again, we see Twitch chatter just blatantly misusing the Copium emote in the chat. Like you use it when I would be saying, yeah, Emrakul's for sure gonna be good, and then it wouldn't be good, right? But since obviously it will be good, it's just mistaken in the usage. It's kind of shameful. It's kind of not okay. Need to add some artifacts. I have explosives now, so explosives is an artifact that ends up in a graveyard. Oh, what up? Yokosei underscore no. You can survive Miracle Cast trigger. My point could have top decked a escape shift. Can I use it after you say it obviously will be good? Yeah. But, well, but it's just wrong. That's my issue. And I don't know if you like actually think that Miracle is silly or if you're just posting stuff on the internet to post stuff. Dum, bum, 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 bum. Main deck Flusterstorm, I hope I play against the Wake. I thought about why I thought that Doomwake's deck with Yorion is silly, and I realized that it's because it's a Yorion deck with not a single permanent to blink, which is just laughable. What do you mean? There's 4 Fury, 4 Salted, 4 Omnath. Yeah, but there's nothing to blink. Don't question my narrative. Don't I play the fairy too? Yes, okay. Well, let me rephrase what I said. There is not much to blink, and in fact, there is like not enough to make me feel like it is worthwhile to be blinking stuff. Because you can't rely on, you know, there's like 4 mana, 5 mana cards, you don't rely on those surviving. So it's like not, those are not the blinking items. So let's just say Yorion does a 4/5, almost no text. You can blink Ardent Player though. Rare Canister Drama, me neither. Me, I don't, yeah. Plains Forest pretty bad with interaction, but let's go. It's less so for actually blinking, more so it's always having a free card to pitch and the whole drawing footfalls past 7 less often. Sure, I mean I don't like this argument because I always dread Rhinos suspending the Rhinos on turn 1 and then, I don't know, it just seems like a great play. For the most part. Nice mana base. I said past 7/1. Yeah, but that also includes throwing them less on turn 1, right? So, you know, it kind of implied that you think that is more important than the other thing, which I am not sure of. Wow, they play green mana, chat. Just fetch this? Have the drag on. I assume a counterspell too, because they conspicuously left 2 manas. Good Fury, Ephemerate Fury. Or something. Let's go. And bottom Exila. Abundant. Can only press a land, so don't iterate. Assume other name red and green. Taking heavy damage though. Tempur. Iterate again. Okay, we got the time wizard, so that's very good. So that's gonna go witness hand, this bottom, this exiler. Play the time wizards. Wait, not gonna counter that? Would be super odd to not counter that. Okay, so I almost spend the charm. You do lose to a removal spell now. It was kind of weird, they like tapped for the charm and then they fought and they were like, damn, I should did we use counter spell? See, they have a bolt. It seems they have a charm. They would also need to have a bolt on top. They had a bolt and tapping out to play the charm would be super silly, so I would assume there's a chance they don't. Yeah. This is deck call. I call it 4-color Yorion, which I think is sounds like an appropriate name. Yep. We had 5 live, but I didn't have a bolt last turn, so I think I can go to 5. Play the Yorion, draw a card, have lethal damages. The latest NTG drama, remember, is the Gentleman's Agreement. Yeah, also remember that during the Gentleman's Agreement situation, actually draw more. Oliver Q was bullied into submission. Oh. Well, I didn't think that they can have alleged just 5 damage. I guess I just thought they would be like 2 balls, but Fire Ice surprised me. Well, there's gonna be Lantern today, yeah. I remember, what is he trying to ban cyberbullying once? Interesting. I remember, yeah, cyberbullying. No. Fuck. Fire Ice. Who fucking splashes for Fire Ice in like, who splashes green to play Fire Ice? Like, what the hell is that? I thought they're just gonna have 4 bolts in their deck, so they will need 2 bolts, now that they're gonna have more burn spells. I would have just waited if I knew. This looks poor. Like that many flashers. Let's have the Emrakul. Like Fury. Yeah, let's go this way. Hello, what up? Rocardito. Guess my hand is kinda unterrible. I should get Stomping Ground Nameland. I think I should name Stomping Ground Nameland. Stomping Ground gets paired with Fallout Fountain, which casts either. Second Helix a monkey. Psychosocial. I don't play Moon if they splash a color. Side guy's a kind of ghost, yeah. For sure is. I can't play around Moon, so I'm not gonna. Oh, stinky, oh, stinky, oh, stinky. It's going to concerts. Don't we all? I assumed that it's the splash, so my Lightning Helix looks relatively potent right now, but not the most potent. We have forests. I'm also gonna only have forests next turn unless I grab a land with this. O, ja cię niezłe karty. And Boredom Exile, play a forest pass. I had a trip planned to go to a festival at Metallica. I was lighting. I really like enjoying Metallica in 2021. I mean, everyone is free to enjoy what they enjoy, yet question is whether everyone should. monthly fee, yeah. Today I'm wishing for you a very hope timestamps don't F you. Hopefully, yeah. Blind Blood Monkey Splash Green for Goy, many question marks. Yeah, I don't think it's that weird, right? Just, I don't know, it's like not a common thing to splash, but not an absolutely outrageous one. So your reaction surprises me. No nie, no Spell Pierce. Co to jest za porządki? Solitude? No. It's those two forests. Kinda stinky, yeah. And bottom Exila. Let's die to lightning bolts. Book-time Ghost, same deck. Question mark weirds. Spell Pierce. Very not cool of me. So yeah, Murta is not played because it has a bad matchup versus 4-color, right? It's like, okay, I can say. If what's my build now? No thoughts. No white mana. It's kind of stinky. Let's move this. It's not much better. In fact, it's not better at all. Playing stinky. So del Hamero. One deck where Flusterstorm is really bad. Like this song, chat. Very nice song. Very chill. Oh, Path to Exile. Actually shining. There's something wrong. Canister MTG, why 720p? I switched from Streamlabs. I switched from OBS to Streamlabs OBS in the morning. So maybe I didn't maybe a messy setting to change. So I'll take a look into that after today, I guess. Thank you for letting me know. You sure did, Dan. Just casting that. Enjoy, enjoy. Let's draw, let's draw. Oh yeah, I was about to say let's draw the Fari. I guess we need to bounce the Mystic, so... Oh, that's a good draw. Even you could get in trouble with Twitch if your bitrate was too high. I don't remember that actually. Ocean Man. I guess we need to draw something still. Alright, it doesn't work to play Omnath now. To play this. Okay, now we live. Fragrantka songs about Cowboy Cock still allowed? Or do you really want to listen to one right now, or are you just asking for the purpose of asking to raise awareness about stuff? Looking for a friend? No, we take break from those two for now. In a Time Machine, Thoughts, good songs. Not forever. The way they download the SMF they could outplay with activating SMM, couldn't they? Well, then they would only have one SFM. And the creature would be tapped, but yeah, that's true. What's the point with Path to Exile when you already have Soldiers and Endings? It's more multi-answers. More Goev answers. More of answers to things that Paul doesn't get, because when I have the Lightning Bolts and Maniac and Helix in the sideboard, there's a lot of a lot of the same. Which what is that? Isn't Snake better if it's for more rotating goifs? My experience with Snake is that it's what they're doing. My experience with Snake was that it didn't actually have depth touch for the most part, so it worked as a blinkable card, but it didn't have as a depth touch card for me. And it's like also not the same slots, because I swapped with Vault for that, so I have like I have the path in the removal slot, which is not the like general card.com slot. Yeah, card is still left up, and I don't know if there was. I remember if there was a way to fix it, because I think there might have been, but I don't remember how it actually does. How to actually do that. We were close to dying, but we didn't die. Really getting the fluster. But I also like having the buff. I don't know. I've seen Kain played, and it made sense to me because it is also a card that works against. It's a spell I can pick up with Witness. So when it's useful, it's useful. You can replay it many times. You can have a good time. I'm just gonna board the 2 Helixes. But mostly coming from the issue that I sometimes had 8 walls in my deck, and it's not great. I'm playing with Matching Witnesses. I'm playing a Promo Witness and a Secret Lair Witness, yes. No one is even caring anymore about the MTG being played. The more vocal chat users frequently don't, the less vocal ones very often do. Actually, I would say. Footsie Skeg W. It seems like a quite good card to me in Hammer, so I'll not be ridiculing my opponent for playing it yet. It's not super effective against my hand. Let's get the draw green try on. Let's wait on harvest. Manga. Mogu Mogu. We're on the slow side, I guess. Don't go outside, 69%. I think with polls like this, people don't actually say the truth, but actually are looking to make it have the funny number, right? There are ever so many participants. Well, it's probably like not that many. Sometimes like Hammer has such terrible draws. They like play 2 cards. They play like Sentinel Midnight. They attack you 5 times with it, and it never does anything. And I'm outside right now, and I fucking hate it. A real table. Sideburns Corona, yeah. Well said. Oops. Saga actually very good. Is this some kind of like weirdly off tune? Is it supposed to be like that? I just have shit hearing, or is it actually kind of reback music? Hmm. Do you not have notes pre-back? I see. I don't know, bro. Should I cast it Solitude? I will not cast it. Like, why would I? Why would I care? It's just what happens when weeps with a vitamin D deficiency watch a grown man play children's card game all day. Maybe we have peaked as a society. Mean that we are peaking right now, or we have peaked previously. It's all downhill from there, and we are the part of the downhill. Have more hammers. I guess that will be kind of tricky. We just play Solitude. Block. Can get a remote. What do we cut? We got the second sassy, so got really mods, but I have weeps are a large part of my silent viewership, I think. Not even that silent, but sometimes silent. I need to kind of I need to cater to weeps a little bit. Bigger crown. Got some weep trash. Imagine just being like this. Ren and 6. Needled. It's okay. Ah, actually, maybe I should have solitude pitch solitude. That's kind of weak though. I don't think. No, I don't think I should because the resources. Well, I don't know, actually don't go down resources really, because I still get to remove. Also I get a second solitude, which is maybe helpful for something. Because I can get fucked by another hammer in hand. Which is bad. I don't block, which I want. And I'm not gonna play another hammer. Maybe that's gonna be bad, but... See, they don't have it, I knew it. I didn't catch sassy, we catch sassy. Don't worry, Durst. Durst. What's the boss of this chat? Move, move, move! Pepe still isn't enabled. Well, do you know the process for emotes being enabled in this chat? You'll send me a link, and if it's on BTTV, I will add it because it's convenient, and if it's on Frankenface, I will tell you to leave because it is a little bit inconvenient to do it here. So that's it. That's just it. That's all. Nothing else. So if you want an emote, you have to say, "Hey, Sir Connoisseur, I would like to have an emote added. Please do it for me." And I'll say, "Sure, sure, buddy, I will. It's absolutely no trouble." For the most part, unless it's just super ugly. So if you never did that, then you have no one to blame but yourself. Yo, what do we see against the gay community? What if you add a channel point reward to add an emote? Yeah, I guess I could do that. Channel point reward to propose an emote to be added. How many points would be a fair price for that, chat? Just, I don't like it though. 69 for 20, funny. Let's go with 69 for 20. Once per day. I'm not sure if I can make the reward only clickable once per day by the public in general. And I would do that if I could have. Get explosives. Can you get sunburst from us for sentinels? No, you can't. It's not a part of the cost. It's like just paying mana.com. That's not the cost. That was the scam guys, but you can make them a set number of times per stream. Alright, let me do it now, I guess. Let's not join much, and I'm going to try to add the reward to add a BTTV mode. Content, not content. Community, not community. What is it? Settings? No. Viewer rewards, channel points. There we go. Manage rewards. Alright, alright. Farming the weeps channel points, they don't have any to add weepy modes. I think something between 10 to 15k is fair, since no one will pay for it, then React and the... No, I think people would pay. Sorry, I skipped that because... Oh, number 2-bit donator, lol. Damn. How many bits? 258? Insane. Thank you. Alright, I made a reward. Once per day. Thank you very much, Joseph _MTG, for your subscribing. Alright, what emote do you want, Oshin? Why doesn't it ask you to say something? Require viewer to enter text. Okay, save. Fix that now. It's gonna require you to enter text. Diddles. Alright, choose one to cut. Is this not a world where red-white monkey blade is better than brought back, right? Probably. Smuggered. -1 Weeby mode. Weebs, it's gonna be rough for you now. When the non-weebs will make a concentrated effort at attacking your beloved emotes. Smacker actually gets used? Not anymore. Not anymore. Let's play the Triumph. Maybe tomorrow somebody's gonna come in and say, hey, I request to add Smuggered over Diddles. And I'm like, well, I guess. Those are the rules now. Let's pay 42k, but it's 1 per day. Alright, let's make it different. Let's make it so that you can't... Let's impose a rule so you can't... so that the newly added emote is going to have a grace period for at least a week or two. So you just don't juggle two emotes the same direction, but... I do remember 1 week. Yeah, I won't remember that, so... Now I can see the whales looming out in the dark. But it's true. Doom, doom, doom. I can't believe my eyes. I'm requesting this the second clock turns midnight. This is funny because it's... Damn, that's... And like so deceptive. I should flash that probably. There's no flasher targets in this deck. There could be something more, so that offer needs to be removed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like write a list. I'm just gonna tell you, no, you can't remove cake. Come on, like, who do you think you are? You don't have such power here. So it's probably gonna go this way. Kick. Tum 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 pum pum pirum pum pim pim pum pum pim pum pum pim pum pum. Probably should have grabbed Yorion. Thank you, Plot Radio. The rain is probably better for me. Okay, developed by Robert McWavish, that's a good one. It's a good one. No weź te lądy, no. Tylko chciałem spell dobrać. Jeden spell. Co? Może być jeden jakiś, nie wiem, omnacik, coś fajnego, jakiś taki po prostu, no mówię, no spell. Ale nie, musi lądy z czuba rżnąć. Kółko. Yeah, if you're gonna get another mystery rainforest, Kaneki. Yeah, you really could use a mystery rainforest right now, huh? What you saying? You say you wouldn't enjoy misty rainforest? No, I must have misheard you because I just did provide you with a misty rainforest. How has Flusterstorm felt Maniac so far? I played against Cascade and lost after drawing it. But I think it's good because I have more cyborg space now. Alright, 4 less, not gonna cut it against the Titan. Alibaba. Seems good. Do you get another grand request today? Sure, or you can request one grand song right now, Durset. You've got a 5-minute window to request it. And you're gonna listen to it. You're gonna get a small dosage of grand today. Miracle is good, question mark. It's been actually surprisingly good for me. Could consider playing a second one. Although, probably Time War is better than the second one. No, I already requested. Oh, I already in the queue. Well. No grand today. Unless someone else would do that. Chevy Child points reward lets you play a grand song immediately, but that's the only way to play grand. Well, that's actually a decent idea. Song request 1000 points and then yeah, it's like only redeemable once by day. Yeah, okay, let's not request grant now. It's actually a great idea. Channel points, and because I just discovered today that you can make the rewards only clickable once per day. A new custom reward. So that's a good way to make it, you know, limit the amount of grants. Well, without just they don't allow me to put cogs in the description. How do you feel about of Vacation in Cyber? I've seen a lot of folklore decks run it. It's a card I could play, it would be good here. And feel strongly about it or not playing it. To newcomers, Grant's music may come off as slightly homosexual. For sure, for sure. I think I should put back Emrakul from this end. It's kinda not a very good opening hand card. Can I get the VIP thing for 400k points? Well, there is a reward that gets you VIP. And it's for 500, so no. You can't. PFS 500, well, come on. The price is there for a reason. The reason is that it'll be good. You can buy small wooden beds for our cats. Small wooden beds. Well, you can probably buy everything on the internet, so that does not come off as a hugely surprising fact to me. I probably shouldn't fetch Temple Guard in those spots because Super Bad tends to be bad iteration sometimes. How do you subscribe at tier 3? There should be a button for that. I'm not sure. Yeah, what Bob she said. Hi Ken, is there a big fan? A big fan yet you cannot spell my nickname correctly, huh? Very curious. Counterspell? Hmm. Orzasek as a fun, well-designed card. Yes, I do agree with that statement. Not super sure why the people who play Vigor. It's like not. That bad. Live with that. I have a counterspell, and like there's just a simple tide on the battlefield. It's not that big of a deal. Draw 3 cards too, so I can draw Solitude. Which one I'm getting for 6? There's only 5 colors in Magic. I'm not sure if like how good it is for me if they do block, because I think it might be actually better if they don't. TBH, we should get rid of Monk of the Fishes. Well, you can take the mothers in your own hands then. Jesus, let me make my move! Oh, the sun queue is so big, it's just that many viewers right now. It's all different people. Interesting. I mean, it has to be. Kirisoba doesn't have flash. Yeah. When every chatter could have said 2 songs, yeah. Used to be the case. Get Cavern. I didn't get yet, but kinda not expect that too much, and I can draw Solitude and be punished for spending the white cards, which always was hard, but I'm planning to play more blue-white, or do you think Focal is a better deck at the moment? Might play more blue-white, but it interests me more to play 4-color. And I think it is getting better over time. Slowly. Fortunately, I need to counterspell the Dryad. I speak as a free too, by the way. No more Emrakul? No, I do have Emrakul on my sideboard. What it in? Yeah, it's not the best problem in my deck. Alright, Dryad, and then we did. Deck is good. Deck is good. 3-2. we're actually fine versus Thailand for the most part though. I'm not very scared of the amulet matchup because they are fairly weak to Solitude. I'm gonna join the plan with the same deck list, I think. No changes because it seemed perfect. And I'm going to be playing a Lantern League, I think. Semi-cool hot tech it is, yeah. It's a good tech. I think I would really like to have in this Lantern deck. They didn't. You really enjoyed the stream, Copium? Wait, so I don't. I realized that we could play Vindicate in this deck. It was really bad, yeah. Why you have green in this deck? Well, do you see a green card in the deck? Don't you see the green card? It's right here. Vindicate kills things, including Tron lands, so... could be a thing. Maybe over the Dumping Sphere, but the first Dumping Sphere grabbable by the steering seems fairly valuable. I think you have a special relationship to a miracle since your fatal encounter with it at the PT Brussels. Yeah, I do not think so. I don't know, I don't connect that with Emrakul too much. Saint Voidwalker. Why? Voidwalker, I guess, is like the anti-Tron card, maybe. But this... no, I do have Sagas, I do have Razorbash Cat. It's like... kinda probably sketchy Tron, sketchy plan against Tron, TBH. Does shot of Chromatic Sphere. Excuse me, Star. No Sphere? That's kinda it. Beats control decks. And I think Confidence is gonna beat control decks much better than Daffy Voidwalker, which is a free to unblockable creature against control decks. I guess. I remember playing with Voidwalker. I can play once again with Voidwalker. It seems kinda cool to me. Rhinestone, no, they fun. Confidence kind of vulnerable. But I do think a surviving Confidant does more than Duffy, but Chad is excited then. Let's go. Have you tried a copy of Brainstorm? I have not, no. It doesn't sound good to me, but you know, there's not much hurt in trying, but already prepared, so I'll just ignore your suggestion. Playing against Yorion. And try to using Kaya. What is Kaya good against? Kaya is pretty good against Lantern, and I think that's kinda it. Island pass, this is gonna be blue-white. Chat, how many mods, how many songs are we gonna skip? Is scoop the match? Hey, scoop here. Caster wins the match, okay. I was too short to play against Lantern. Yeah. I mean, some people think so, and they're like very. But the Euro deck, for the most, I mean, if they let on an island, if they're blue-white control, then should have a great matchup. Great, good. Should be favored. Most of their cards do something. Sure, they are very strong. Things confirmed Basset. Yeah, somebody was asking why I'm playing green. Well, that's the reason. Because the Lantern Mirror with Yorion. Apeliotes. Isn't Apeliotes a Twitch chatter? B. But who isn't a Twitch chatter? You are not a Twitch chatter. Wait, aren't you? Okay, so let me think now. Rank myself, draw, mill, draw. Then I know whether I should myself. Yeah, it's better to sorcery speed. Okay, Lantern I'll draw. Yes. I have the Saga Lantern coming, so maybe I shouldn't, but. So I need a Scholar Source. Oops. No, I'm kind of fucked. My opponent resembles a hand whatsoever. Imagine you could fetch Brainstorm out of this Saga, what would happen then? Okay, it could have been worse. You can draw if they're clearing, if they have something good on top, that's nothing. Well, cancer influence the prediction outcome of the needle. Did I? You could get brainstorm, then you could draw the top 3 cards and put 2 back, that's true. I guess, can't argue with that statement. Why do I point sources per draw if clearing? It's a problem. This is not a problem. Damn, sorry for game 2 for the last 3 games. I thought people were kidding when they said nothing took too long. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. It's like I really was some way to refresh the MPG pod somehow, but before any thought smoke your butt hiding behind the bridge. Yeah, because for sure I will never utilize the way in which my deck is built, the so-called lantern lock, right? Where I actually prevent my opponent from drawing the cards that kill me. I'll just let them draw the ornithopters, Garda's aids, and hammers. All the exact purpose of just losing because I feel like losing. Right? Like people sometimes post those fantasy comments when playing Lantern. They're like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna lose to Omnath shooting you from behind the bridge." Like the fetches, right? You can't have no counterplay for that. You're dead. No, bro, I'm not dead. It's like the purpose of my deck is to not die from stupid shit off the top. They can't top deck. That's the deal with the deck. It's the point. Robin has 2 fetches stacked on top. Then I have 2 middle rocks because it's late in the game already. How was the metagame Yorion deck? Very bug. I went 3-2. I'll play it in the prem in half an hour. If they have 3, then I have 2 middle rocks. Which is still okay because I end of third mill and I am tapping the mill again. Alternatively, I take 4 and I take 4 enough times not to die. Do you not have the win here? Tell me how did their win look like? Then I'll explain. You're thinking that they could have cracked the Nile Spellbomb, draw the 8s, and then play Equip Hammer. Then they couldn't. They could have tried, but then they would have needed to top deck another 8 on top of the top. Because I just had the mana rock, right? The mill rock, rather. Good shuffle. No, I just had the mill rock, right? Good mill response. Now we need to avoid a Memnite for some time. Sure. Weird to play the hammer. I guess makes sense with the guy. Violent and this meta is actually playable. Would love it with yeah, somewhat. I think kind of fine with it, Link, so somewhat playable. Draw. Alright, preventing Memnite from happening by getting cage. Why not pay? Because it has 11 power and I don't have 11 mana. Crack the spell bump. Oh, that's because they have Lurus. Sensible. They can only kill you with Ornithopter equipping hammers and instant speed dodge. Thank you. I am actually acutely aware of this as, you know, I'm no fool. They can get Ornithopter with Urza's Saga. Okay, I was not acutely aware of that though. It's all perfectly fine though, chat. I guess I'd rather draw a good card now. Okay, that does work. Just we need to get Cage, shut off Lurus, and get rid of the Ornithopter too. Draw this Fotsis. I could draw the Fotsis too, that's true. But it's like not large time effective. I guess they could play Hammer, Protect, and then they re-equip and then they find the 2 Hammers. But then if I go over 20, at this point they're not surviving. Yeah, I do survive 1 Hammer, that's true, so Maybe taking C's was actually good enough. Okay, now they only have one hammer in the deck. Now they have two hammers. But yeah, two hammers is not enough to kill me with Ornithopter, so... They have the Shadow Spear in hand? They do have the Shadow Spear in hand, so I guess that is like enough. But not next turn, because we're gonna go to 24. Bah, bah, bah. It's funny the way you said that. Bah, bah, bah. Yeah, you can't kill now. Bah, bah, bah. Remember when I was actually X2 in every tournament, Chad? Those were the times. Not playing the one cost central seems really risky when you only have one Pixies open. No, because they literally have no outs in their deck, so... I didn't pay because they didn't have outs in the deck. Like, actual zero. So it was not risky because of that, right? Kawa was okay this game, but I don't think it's needed. Yeah, chat told me play Dothy Voidwalker, and I said it looks bad, but then I just put it in the deck to try. Next Meshas Bobble reveals a land. Damn, nice, nice predictions. Who's doing those? Good job, actually. Or enticing. Me? Is it actually though? Hard for me to know for sure if that's a real message or not. Truthful message rather. What do you think will break the ice for the Tron matchup? For Lantern seems a bit narrow, so not necessarily a card I would like to play. On the Lantern, so I don't want the Lantern. Can scry it away, take the needle, I guess. You achieved a scry. They revealed a Colossus Hammer. They're drawing a Colossus Hammer. Could just name Silent Clearing. I'm kinda dead to 8 anyways. The Paladin doesn't seem to be quick enough. Thought about main decking 1 or 2 Lurus, question mark. You could main deck 1 Lurus and that would have a purpose. A pretty minimal one, I think. Because how often do you not have bridge boss birds? It's not very often. Shouldn't have 6 because I could shuffle with the lantern, but I don't know, what do I shuffle? Saga, good draw, although I'm gonna have a hand, so I'm gonna get pounded by the small. Cigarras 8. Oh, you're gonna need to reshuffle that, unfortunately. Because of the stupid lens in my hand. I have 3 1-power creatures. Just activate Stoneforge message in response. No, doesn't seem to be the case. I do understand they could have done that, but do we actually name this Pure Steel? What matters? Why Stoneforge, yeah. I mean, it just doesn't matter. Stoneforge doesn't matter, but like, what way does naming Stoneforge matter? The instant speed draw, I guess that's actually fair. Silent Clearing is already named. Because your Paladin doesn't have abilities now. Yeah, you can name Paladin. Needling Hammer does nothing with 8, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I have to reshuffle the 8 because I'm dying to 8. Fair Needle is quite a very bad draw. I don't think it was a Cage versus Living End scenario because I actually did say Needle Paladin and I would have like meant to Needle Paladin, but obviously it doesn't do that. They play bubble, yeah, but I also do. I want to kill my bubbles really. Whatever. Missed the block. Nice. Now I will die to random collective brutality. Sad face. Yeah. Can I still remember my opponent cannot tag or signal pass through standing bridge, by the way. No! Okay, I'm losing to this. Got me. Lurus was on the battlefield when the game ended, huh? I think the Pringles makes sense. I don't want to have welding jar, I don't think so. Cookbook seems good. I think rarely. Cookbook is card disadvantage, so it's like it's really bad when it's bad, I think, and it's worse in possible games too. But I really only like it against push wouldn't even work because of stuff, but yeah, that's kind of it. It was not. I could have drawn a card. I agree, but I got I aggressively scoped. I guess I'd say smooth as I think it's almost good though. I can like this. Deep. It's kind of weird jump. A bit of a sketch and. If this deck is an opponent concedes the same as canister wins, no. Although this is kinda bit hard for that not to happen, yeah. A chance seemed okay. It did seem okay. I think a 6 can look better though, and it didn't really. I don't want to cast anything. I think you pay. I'm sure I would pay, but I don't know what was your play otherwise. I was wondering if I want to cast anything because I didn't. So not sure if I want to name Seal of Cleansing in the dark to prevent the one of Seal of Cleansing. Or if I want to save it because I might want to name Hammer if they have Paladin. Throw. Always hard to say obviously, but One land. I think that sounds pretty preemptive. I didn't take the needle. Punishment here is that they play land and play seal of clenching. They didn't take my needle though, so well, it doesn't really tell me that they don't have it because sorcery. Okay. They took needle, you'd be in trouble. I have two endings, so I don't know if I would be in trouble. Like, why are you saying I would be in trouble, right? Take the Mystic. Paladin has two artifacts. The third artifact. Name. Let me name Hammer. I think so. They do have Cigaras 8 coming. Anyways. I mean, the Cigarra aimable hammer, but not immediately. I need to spend my cards anyways, and I don't see. I mean, that's holding versus Fort Seas. It's pretty rough. So now I have the hammer. Colossus. Can hold because I'm going to die. Needle the Saga, then die on board. Great idea. Actually, not on board, but. Text is hard to read on max resolution. Yeah, I will need to fix that. I'll do that in the evening. You can make a Constructor. Making Constructor is worse if I if we see a bridge on top, yeah, then no, because we're gonna shuffle. So drawing first doesn't actually matter. I mean, drawing first doesn't change anything. Deck is gonna be shuffled. I know what I'm drawing, but I think we do need to make a Constructor. Live. Get Schroeder. Stir. I think I want to take the cage because it's just gonna get footsies, right? Name second turn for spell to kill the Memnite. But then they have the Paladin, I don't have the Saga token, so I still die fairly quickly, and I'm not sure if I don't die quicker. And it's like seems super fragile of a situation. Now they just get the trample lifelink thingy. Okay, so what? I block. Self-cleansing. Could mill it just for the purpose of it being milled, but that's bad with Lurus. Need to find bridge, and we didn't have any bridge earlier, so it's actually kind of likely to get one. We need to beat Lurus. Let's go. Come on. Must be missing something. Why didn't they hammer the Memnite that turn? I don't know. Because this isn't hammer. It's 2 5-power attackers. I think they probably missed something. Wow, we didn't even find it under the second one. Oh my bridges. Okay, so in 1-1 with Lantern, and the Modern Prelim is starting, so let's go with the Modern Prelim with John. Keep. I think like 17 days ago, is it control? Is it control just Blood Moon Cheese? It actually is. Man, I hate Blood Control. Yeah, it doesn't sound like Blood Control. Always only play the preliminary, but we never make it the preliminary matches, bro. Oh, we do. I guess. No way. Oh, this is unexpected. Whoa. Get to 2 goblin grenades. Half solitude up. Saffron olive budget egg, not so budget anymore. True, true. Legion loyalist. Let's not budget about it. This. I've got no cards now. I'll go for Witness, pick up Solitude to have life gain available. Well, sure. In non-Yorion blue-white control, I have found spreading seas to be unimpressive against decks that don't play Sagar Cavern. Do you agree? I agree that you felt this way. It would be inconsiderate of me to say that you didn't feel a certain way, because how could I know? But Urza Saga is good against, well, Spreading Seas is good against Urza Saga, or the Ram. It's like even against blue white kind of relevant. Some other spots. Come on, I actually die. Fuck. What? How can I die here? It's insane. Chat, I died. But Yorion is very good with it. Doesn't look like a Flusterstorm matchup. Have you tried Spell Pierce in place of Flusterstorm? That'd be nice to counter Rolling Vortex. I'm playing Flusterstorm for the fairly detailed purpose, which is not to... No, I haven't. Nor I am interested in that. I think Fluster the last would have been good. Well, but didn't counter the last, right? Yeah, maybe for tempo alone. Would actually work out worse for me, I guess. The Bushwalker, but Bookwasher, but yeah, maybe should have taxed them on manas. Lander. Another Lurusak. Should be a keep. I have to sell it. Eliminate. Kinda afraid they might be Blood Moon deck, but I have no keep, nothing. I was playing a creature deck, so. Get the green and I'll draw the 1 mana green cards till the end of the game. Instant seems so much better than sorcery. Sure, you can hit. Yeah, that was a no possibility always. In Blue-White Control, I have found Colonnade coming in tapped has caused me to be able to cast spells at important times. Worth cutting it? Question mark. Does the times where it's being a creature outweigh the times when it isn't? That is the question you need to answer, and then answer that and you'll know. Solar land. True. That is problematic. That's Smashy. Now Pepega. Yeah, I like the whole time kind of more than Colonnade because it can also be untapped sometimes. That's my shit, that's Pepega. Now you get to do the. Ever got one in hand? Wait, where's John Nuff? I pitched it to Solitude. Not dead to Goblin Grenade yet, next turn yet. Dead to go Goblin Grenade now. Sure, if we lose to 8 whack, then I'm going to be a little bit sad. Buff. Sure. Yeah, never doubted the presence of the Goblin Grenade. My point stands here. Well, budget deck, huh? But not really. Well, why no more Lantern? Sad face. I'm playing Yorion in the prelim and Lantern in the league. So don't worry. Prelim game is you know, do we mind Goblin? We do mind Goblin. Unfortunately. Or we could have married the Fury for a better blocker. What would I needed to do that sorcerer speed and I did that non-sorcerer speed with the... I guess I could have, yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe that was actually a thing. That probably would have helped. I think that might be hindsight though, hard to determine. I've watched the movie Memento at least 5 times. You? Question mark? Once or twice. What happened round 1 of the league? My opponent scooped once they seen my Lantern of Insight, Ancient Seedings. Actually no, they still seen Codex Shredder and Seedings and they were like, no, I'm not playing as Lantern. Bro, I had that and you can see that. Hammer game was very close. I think I got a little bit unfortunate with how deep I didn't find. I move this. Yeah, I think I got a little bit unfortunate with how deep my... Skip to this, because it's kind of hard to tell if I'm gonna want to. Hardened Scales, sure. They played Island, they had Yorion as their companion. Which seems weird because that deck is pretty good against Lantern too, but... Yeah, Pexis got motivated to get the points, damn. I have Lurus. But he gave me 1 life instead of taking 1 damage. I have big plans. Well, could you say it was a Fotzi's bag when it was an Inquisition that I cast, right? Should attack them. Yeah, they're drawing badly. Hungerback Walker is kind of a bit weaker with this card existing, right? I guess Path always exists, so not really doesn't much changes. You're playing Stride Black White with Ingenious Mirror and Ancient Steerings. Lantern. Guess. Steerings is better than Smith by a decent amount, but being 2 color is an upside too. I guess Smith being a monster occasionally does matter. Interesting. I think I can mail here because they're not doing anything useful. Don't really want a land. Guess I should name Arbon Ravager. Actually. Yeah, let's name Arbon Ravager actually, because thinking about it, it's kind of scary. I can continue racing if I name it. How was Smith for you? Beat people down? Alright, let's name Walking Ballista now. Chad, how much better would Ingenious Smith be if it didn't have the only once per turn restriction? Maybe I'll try Smiths without green. Not sure I trust that idea, but Portable seems like worse. Well, I guess Smith grabs it. That seems like a worse prismatic ending. Oh, they kill themselves. Significantly better, in your opinion? The Smith, yeah? Right. Play for ending as well, I see. Yeah, a lot of removal to play, not sure. Where's the line? Let's cut now. Let's keep Karatiker Sketch, can see Lotus Tech, and cut this, and cut a Fotsis. There are fail pushes, but I don't think they're super great against my opponent. Just Needles kinda make their clock slow. I could have Spell Skite. Maybe it's better than Fotsis. Put your ass in here for a Spell Skite. Okay, too late. Toffee to sub-modular? No. Sounds way too bad. This with Shredder Bubble I think we can keep. Just put Bridge. Needle to stop my opponent from killing me super fast. Welding Jar. Kinda blank against me. Well, they can use a blank card. Maybe Smith would be an interesting possible plan later when people can removal. They wouldn't play them in the sideboard, you can play them in the main deck, and then you would keep them in the deck, and then when you don't have removal, you can actually beat down. For sure, but I wouldn't Cyber Smiths. You want Cyber Smiths. The thing is that, like, what lens do you play? Then, once you cut everything, right? What lands are there are left to play, to be played? I want to come with the Needle. I might want to name Ravager or Ballista. Because I guess you like don't play Glimmerward Spires, but you like just fetch Shock. It doesn't really offer that many advantages, and this painful. I guess it offers advantages with Mishra's Bubble. Just playing a Marsh Flats mana base. Fucking lost to Goblins, chat. Why are you playing free Delta and not Marsh Flats? See, budget concern. Only hitting artifacts. It does hit a limited amount of stuff. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, still play Glimmervoid for Prismatic for sure, that's true. Playing Plains and Deltas kinda not super great. Guess I'll die to Ravager now. Yeah, I probably die, right? Because this is 2 counters and they go 5 things from the Ravagers, it's 10 counters. 5, 6, 7, 14 counters? No, I don't die. I don't think so. Just what's on the battlefield. Brainstorm plus Terminus, question mark. Okay, what's up with those cards? Those are definitely names of Magic the Gathering cards that are legal in the modern format. Remember when Blue White Control just played, just Raw Dog played Terminus? Well, trying to set it up on top, just it was there to be drawn. So if we don't draw a land, we die. I don't know how we came to such a conclusion, but there's many ways in which we don't just die, even if we don't draw a land. First, I could perfect needle the Arbon Ravager. Second, I could do a not even do that, and then I also wouldn't necessarily be dead. Because I could draw a second cheap spell and have 1 power. 1 card in hand, which then would cause me not to die. If we draw bridge, we die. Shit, I have the fucking needle in my hand. I could name the Arbon Ravager and not die. Come on. Like, how do you say things like that? Like, no remorse, no second thought, just like, oh yeah, we die. Shit, I'm like super alive. Never been more alive. I did actually draw bridge. I didn't die. Curious. What's the route before Caesars, I guess, now? Oh, maybe they cannot tap the growth for life. Bzzz. Bzzz. Ticker 00330, thank you very much. Oh, that's a little solution. It's in Stunning Brigade. Many subs today already, chat. I tried to set up the, after ridiculing the daily sub goal thing a few days ago, I tried to set it up myself by switching from Streamlabs, from OBS to Streamlabs OBS, and I failed, and I was like, damn, it actually does take some skill. Mailed me, basic swamp, funny. That's true. Yeah, throughout the weekend I was deeply thinking about new ways of money scamming my viewers. Excuse me for generous support of my viewers. Alright, let's not draw a Thoughtseize. Just lean hard into the parasocial content, easy money. What do you mean by that? Lean hard into parasocial content. But I'm leaning kinda hard enough already. I definitely could lean harder though. Cookbook with Saga, I bought it out. Only keep it against Baron. But I'm also getting the steerings. Throwing names on board behind you, but there's ancient Egypt behind me, so... Yeah, that's true. I'll mill this out of convenience because it will give my opponent a false sense of having options, which I don't want. Say, what up, friends? How did your day go today? I really deeply care about you. Please tell me. Haha. What how do they have? They can't win. They're dead. So I miss a spire. I will try not to. I'll try not to fiddle with my spire. Either streams and mukbangs. For a long time I didn't really like eating on stream. Like I super didn't like it, but I guess recently I do that, but I still kinda don't like it, so I typically eat off cam. Outside of the frame. Because I'm afraid of the fact that people would look at the way I'm eating and they would be like, damn, this cancer guy eats like a pig. And I'll be like, well, a little bit. But you didn't have to say that. So this is the reason why there is not many mukbangs on the stream. Lantern can win with Construct and milling Opal? Question mark. Yes. Other way I'm missing. Well, you win kinda... For the most part, you win by making so your opponent never draws a relevant card, and then yes, eventually you will win by milling them out of the Codex Shredders. Like that's the usual way, but it's really winning is an afterthought. It's not the focus of them. It's nowhere near being the focus of them. Situation here, because like for example right now I have already won, yet I haven't really... We're still playing, right? But I have already won. It was like 5 turns ago that I won. And they don't have any like... They probably don't have enough cards to stack in their deck to win, because they would need to have... Like in this very moment they would need to have 1, 2, 3, 4... They need to have 9, 10 relevant cards in a row. It's kind of unlikely, right? Urborg is for Lurus. I swing with Hypno Rivulet? Okay, I don't. Alright, let's needle Ligma. What? Mind Goblin. What? Guess has to be +2 mace. I don't know why I couldn't find those very threatening cards. And consider that it actually throwed me out of from the match so hard. That was the last try, yeah. It's always interesting to see, like, what's the breaking point of a person. Like this situation. Mind, goblin. Cancer, do either of your cards ever flop against your monitors and screw up the alignments? Yeah, that happens quite often. Like frequently jump behind the monitors. Like take it out behind them. Swinging to build this for FNM, but seems an easy way to lose friends. Maybe friends of low quality that you probably wouldn't want to associate with anyways, or you shouldn't want to associate with anyways. My fat cat keeps doing the same and I want to be mad, but he's adorable. Well, that's typical. What is your canister? For example, will you concede to an miracle head, your board is empty down to 4 life, but opponent's out of cards in hand and only has lands in play? Well, yeah, I would die to this miracle, so I would probably concede. And now your password, but I will refrain from exposing and posting a chant to protect your character, Kaneki. Thank you. Also, I hope you're lying, but you never know if maybe for some reason you actually do know my password. You can see your keyboard reflection in your glasses, really? Well, but is the Emrakul... Does the Emrakul just stay here? Because if the Emerald just stays here, then yeah, I mean, there's against all to it, I guess. Through the breach. Okay, I didn't say through the breach. So another smart fault account. Could be as many accounts. Hmm. Thank you for the sub. Thanks for Prime Gaming sub. Rez Skev. If you type your password in chat, Twitch automatically sends us at C. 32. No, you leaked your password. No. No. Chat, remember when we lost to Monored, Mind Goblins? My opponent is also double queuing in a Popper Showcase challenge. I'm not so sure about that, huh? Stick and bones can't hurt my clones, but Ren will never hurt me. They have two Rens. Emerald to 5, Pogger. No! Keep the trams in my hands. I played any ad nauseam lately? No, I have not played any ad nauseam ever. Really. Not a common enjoyer of this deck. It is now, it's also in check, so now. Damn, your message was quite humorous, Perxis. Did a pretty good job at deriving expectations. Not deriving, but excited. You get the idea. Sidestepping, I think, is the word I'm looking for. No, you can't just prismatic ending my Tefari, no. Okay, well, you didn't. Bish. I guess to play Dryad, I go land, fetch, fetch, and it's really bad for me. Probably should have exiled straight that way. This goes fetch, and just shoots my planeswalkers down. So much damage. It's not very cash money. I think I misplayed. Bouncing. Didn't realize that it goes like the 6. It's the expedition art. It's quite nice, yeah. He punted but no question mark. In what way? We'll see. I don't think anybody punted here. But I do think I might get Spring to Light on the next turn. Jasem Sudeczak. Ostawska. I can get Witness now. Not the worst TBH. Check similar to Polish, a little bit, like I can hear some words, but not really much. What happened to Sassy modes? Got replaced by Sassy. Plus, some can counter PTL for Valakut. Deck. Okay, let me switch quickly. Chad, is the card not displaying the fake game anymore? Do you prefer open for Flusterstorm than Splitting Seas on Valakut? Well, what does Valakut do right now? Should I try the same in Polish? It's not really. I mean, I know what it... It's not really worth now. But it's like, you know, should I check? And I haven't heard anybody say that. But this is how you would refer to a person from Sudete. I assume. Oh, you got a floater. Well, spend those 2 mana on paying for my flashes, so... They might not even have a second scripture in their deck, which would be insane. So this flashes was super good here. Also the red pink to face, nice. Hello Sassy Streamer, what up? Yeah, they play 60, not 80, so I assume no second scape shift. Yeah, I was supposed to fix the stream deck, I didn't. Most actually can't do that. Ała, ała, ała. Kotek. Jezus, no. Ała. Is the cat the one singing the song of stream? No? How? Let's see if they get another escape shift. It'd be sad. Yeah, no escape shift, good. Yeah, I went Valky. I mean, maybe Valky's not very good here either, I guess. Imagine just folding to escape shift. What's me spoor? Fluster seems kinda sketch. Puff kinda weird jump, probably don't want it, but I guess I own the endurance either. Don't, I guess any of those. Yeah, let's have 3 classics, 1 Puff. Okay, sounds okay. What round of prelim is this? I lost round 1, this is round 2. Lost to what? To Mind Goblins. Of all things. We lost to Mind Goblins. Sick hand. If by sick we mean... Razor against me. That seems interesting. Crazy doesn't seem like the best card against me. Ma ci mette Vasco Rossi di Okane. Sì, sì. Attack. I don't even see my lands. Where's my islands? It's here. Okay. Don't manage to prismatically end it. Stuff with soy boy, I don't know. Say boy. I don't know if it's soy boy. Schmaling ending, not very pog of you. Can cut them off of white. What is she looking at? Is he? He probably sees a worm, a bug somewhere. So he's after those bugs. Ketria, so that we have think I can play Omnav, then we can, if we try fetch, we can play Emrakul next turn. And PTL I'm not scared of, because even if they get Valkyrie, we get Fury kill Valky. Ramp fucking ranch, well... I guess. No skipping, chat. Okay, pay 15k. No skipping. Ram Ranch. It really rocks. Ale robisz zamieszanie, kotek. Oj, no nie robię takiego zamieszania. Dobra, już się za chwilkę się tam zajmę, co? I don't have both open as bad. Mistake. But you can counter, like let's assume it's pay free against BTL Scape Shift on 7. Actually you can play Emrakul off of Omnav. So here's from Avengers. I think you are pulling our collective leg with this statement. Yeah, play Misty Fetch Farming was the better play. Which is why I said I misplayed. I play the top land so I can make it so they can get Valky. They have a funny idea. And then if they have another escape, you can just kill them with the Emrakul. Ephemerate Emrakul control our opponent for infinite turns? Wow. Oh, we got a pair. Fuck! What? No! Huh? No, you cannot flash system against my deck. Tank, just win. Yeah, sucks because you take 18 damage and you die. Okay, I have to let my cat out of the room. Was the timeout lost? No. It was just a loss, I got scape shifted. Very cool that the Savite Triumph deck is playing Cluster Storm. I don't know what's like the problem with that though. I'm 2 on this event. I queued hoping only to snipe Kaneki and I face him, but it appears he's in the lower tables with all the losers incapable of progressing while I am dominating the competition. What a shame. I wouldn't want to deprive you of the opportunity to play talented, successful, and winning viewers such as myself who could possibly teach you a thing or two. Yeah. We'd been at over 18, I guess. But we weren't, so maybe I could have fetched anywhere where I would have been. I don't think so, though. We're drinking. Um, Juice. Cum? No, it's not cum. Ah! No! Fuck me, bros. Ja pierdolę. Why did you stop me? Do you see how startled I got? Think about drink for a long time. I was like, fuck, what am I thinking? What to tell him? The end, it didn't even matter. So bad. This time we'll get there. We're on the draw now. Yeah. TPH, maybe I'll push that in. What do we pitch? Ren or Under Fury? I think Ren. Yeah, I wanted to keep the Ren. I wanted to keep the Ren to kill the Ren, chat. I didn't want to cast Ren. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, right, yeah. Did you agree? My line of thinking, like, ahead of stuff? Could have pitched Fury and Witnesses back, but I think I'd rather get Baba and Harvest. Because stuff. I am now dying. To light. Take my Tafari. Raw green Triumph tapped. Not playing on Giant Growth, damn. Oh, I couldn't. Sure. Ah, thought I would have wanted to fluster it, huh? Baka. You seem very flustered. We'll see. My opponent's gonna get flustered next and maybe. Is this cat in chat? No. Pata 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 pata. So do you think it would be more funny if Counterspell's text box would just say Counterspell? Instead of replying with the same? Mr. When are you gonna side finish subbing for game 2 of the Challenge series? You were all waiting for you, I don't know. I wish it would just go away, but it's not gonna. It would be so funny, I would literally laugh out loud and around the floor, ha ha ha. Yeah. Right there. Well time kekv. I have a second counterspell, right? Giving a soul to the app to get an extra attacker if needed. Someone for blue, white mirror. What? Wanna let BTL result in counter payoff? I want to save my counter spell and spend my fluster. If they grab Valky, then it's weird jump. Yeah, I'm gonna close for grinding matchups. I said, do you eat ass? Base? What? Other Misty? Fuck. Guess that's a problem. No. Actually, that's bad. Well, there's a chance that they're gonna fetch a response. I guess they need to fetch a response. They get like a natural shot if they play mountain. I don't know if they do. No, because this is no. It's two different things. They get to shoot the creatures anyways right now. You did the bad thing. This lands. The path to exile basic is when they have the mountains, but now they won't have the mountains. So I won't have creatures, they kill my creatures. You don't even fetch mountains. That was not great. I probably could have just maybe should have countered the Dryad, I don't know. Maybe I indeed was supposed to let the Bring to Light resolve though. My Flaster would have. My Flaster would have worked, but now I'm in a bad spot. I have clock. Interesting song. Blaster is not super, but I think whoever said that I should have resolved that Bring to Light earlier, they were right. I should have let it resolve. As Flaster nerd, yeah, Flaster is not very broad. I do know that. They had a BTL. Yeah, I think had I let the first one resolve, if they wouldn't go for Valky, but Valky would kind of suck for them, wouldn't it? So I don't know. We have Burn go face. I don't have Burn. Nothing. I just die. Yes, this is certainly a bad matchup because we've not planned for it. Well, I'm not planning for it. So I think a better move could have been performed, but I don't know what exactly could have mattered. So I'll drop. I'm gonna drop from the Sprelin because we sack here. And we're gonna continue with the Lantern League, I guess. Maybe the Yorion is just, you know, only good as a challenge deck. You can play hashtag good decks. Also, has been a while since I played against any Baron in leagues. I'm going to stream in the Vintage Cube. I'm not planning to do so now. Phenomenal control player. Are you trying to undermine my capabilities as someone who would like allegedly claim this title? Let's keep this. What do you think of living in the current metagame? It's a strong deck. I'm playing as Ritzy. No, I think you have good abilities. I was just kidding. Okay. You, RR. Ritzy Tia 9-3 actually could be true. I just seen Tia and I was like, damn, that's Ritzy, right? While that was clearly not the case. Let's see if Living End is good in this matchup, chat. This metagame, rather. Brian wants the whale. Sure. The bear, I haven't seen the bear in a while. So you just need to avoid Brazen Borrower. Which is gonna be a problem because my opponent will draw the Force of Negation. And it's just gonna cycle the response. We die in one shot. 14, we do. Okay, we lost. I mean, I could have shuffled. I probably should have shuffled in response, TBH. Because they couldn't have recycled. Yeah, okay. I should have just shuffled with the Lantern, that was so bad. Okay, say becoming deck and Legacy, would you play the format? No, why? How would I? Duffy is quite good against living ends, actually. It's okay against Spell's Guide. Does it just, or could just have the Torporors actually versus the monster? What's the ending for here? Well, it's not gonna be in here, I'm going to board it out. I think Torporor sounds good too. It's like, give me 2 minutes to sideboard out the cards, chat. Then I'm gonna auto sideboard out themselves, right? Under what circumstances would you play Legacy? Well, it says so. 300 bucks a nation. Because it's akin to a fisting. You should board out 2 Inquisitions. Inquisition helps to fight through force. Like, Collector is not that good against my opponent. Just through the cycle is kinda hard to do that. Well, we need to win at some point. I board out Gravigar's Cage because even though it stops all the creatures from returning, it's actually not that good. I was playing around controlling league and at O2 started the 1 chip challenge. I didn't want my next 2 matches. What's 1 chip challenge? It's perfect hands, kinda. We better way Saga over a Clever Bite. Yes, they have Charlotte's Agent, sure. An extremely spicy corn chip towards like being very, very high. Yeah, but what did you do with the chip? With the chip? What's the challenge here? You want a forest? Smell the forest they wanted. Fetch, protect the forest. Foundation Breaker. Problematic draw, just eat it, okay. A Street Rave 2 to just destroy me. Maybe you didn't want the forest and was baiting you, yeah, I mean... Ingot Chewer, no weź się w głowę jebni, ile masz tych potworów? Kolego. Not cool. Not cool. Okay, Torpor Orb is necessary. I don't know, bros. Take the agent. Take the agent. Spend the Street Rave. The third land. Bucky. Sounds very interesting. So as their hand is... I have a cascade. And it's on speed 1 of that. Shuffle your cards. I think I don't know. What do I lead on? Maybe in Turbo Roar, because living end is a problem anyways. Okay, chat, not skipping this Ram Ranch. It's like being added to the queue fair and square. They drive blue card. Oh, so good. They didn't even draw a blue card. They just did that. Alright, so we're gonna run on the exile because we can hit the present borrowers and just win this way if we hit the present borrowers. Cax. Sadly living in hand right now. In an unknown. Yord. Those used to be different times, Simba. I actually won this game, that's insane. I don't think I want to board out the Inquisitions. Actually, let's board out the Codex Shredder because seems like the entire milling my opponent's kind of had little effectiveness. To be fought. To be fought. What a hand! It kinda really rocks, but has no lands. Damn, such a good hand, but no lands. Damn. Small god. Sure. Skip 3 lands, CBH. Ingot Chewer. We're playing it. And again, no, it's just, it's in the song. It sounds like it's being run again, but it's actually the same song. We're supposed to play it. They might have drawn a cascade there. No. Ramming cowboy, but what? That works. That plays. Oh, no cascade. I think living end is really significantly worse than Rhinos. It feels to me like whenever I play against it, just so fragile, vulnerable, weak, and cringe. While, whoa, Vendilion click. Chat, they're playing Vendilion click. See if they force me, because then I'm going to say speak differently. What they play to kill the bridge? No, I won the last game. I lost game 1. Poprosiłbym tutaj już jest? To zaraz przyjdę. Yeah, probably Charles on 2, right? I guess it's just that. Oh no, I thought I was cleaning on the chest. Whoops. Well, next time. I wanted to play the Charles, I promise. Yeah, just play a few tournaments and they died. I thought I'm going to lose both of those games, but this worked out quite well. Like mono colorless prison worked pretty decently. Back in a minute, chat. Choice on 2 for baby. Yes. For baby. I'm eating rice with cheese and vegetables. How good it was Yorion Plaster? I went 0-2 in the prelim. And then I stopped playing. My position contained such texts like Bring to Light Scapeshift and Goblins. 8-track Goblins. Consistency well done, damn. Yeah, for sure it was the 80th card in the Yorion that were the biggest obstacle in my success here. That's my bridge. Took my lantern, that seems weird. Don't get that. Watch them rip under the discard spell anyways. Not sure that's good. Could have not lost life, right? No, I could have not lost life. Desu Shadow, no. Seem to avoid K command. Forever. Forever and ever. And we're gonna win. Simple. Marsh Flash, look at the card. Nice Tross. Nice deck, thanks. It certainly is like the unique quality of Lantern to, you know, flat out. Sacred Foundry. Cast Prismatic Ending. Losing to Lorus. Not necessarily, the Lurus alone doesn't do anything K commands do. So Lurus draws, you know, they got many more looks and per turn because of the DRC channeler. But I was considering if I should maybe keep the ending for the Lurus. I think it might have been a mistake to exile the Shadow. Probably was. But yeah, I'm also drawing super badly. Kept card on top, so I guess we did. One, two, oatmeal, very good. Enemy sense, na 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 na. Manamorphos. Okay, they drew the card, you can draw a discard spell now. Single Urborg consideration. What for? How many non-black producing lands I have? I played Urborg in my end, the 2-color version once, but I don't think it does too much. Them playing ending is kinda rough. Two oatmeal, Kirby's very good. Don't even know if I won the Chars. It's an ending deck. Maybe. Needle is pretty bad and Cockbook is quite bad. Maybe the matchup is gonna be quite bad. How many different fetches they play? I don't know. They played 4 different colors in the deck. I don't know how many different fetches. I just want the needling fetch is like doesn't heal people, it makes them most of the times it does nothing. Should have let them scry, I think. Actually winning this. 4 color dress down, just 4 color. Yes. Currently free on the Prem Sen Energy. What you playing? Blue white. Good luck. Let's play around, I don't know, Monomorphos. Explode is a problem. Demon Hunter, thank you for your Prime sub. Come on, like I'm not gonna draw anything? That works. That works too. You can have a K command? Come on, bro. It's not cool. What a fucking draw! Dios mio Christ. So bad. Too many. I guess I can reshuffle the explosives. Next turn, draw the needle name explosives. Mirror them aggressively. It's okay, I wasn't trying to pyramid anyway, so I didn't even want VIP, lol. Fair. Bobble. I think now the plan is to mill my opponent every turn. Name explosives. I could name Bobble too, but that's just not good because they're gonna find explosives at some point. I need my opponent to draw endings, etc. This seems unnecessarily hateful for Lantern. But what do I know? Wo ist Kazooie? Im war doch noch hier. Wo ist Kazooie? Why did my opponent fetch? I don't get it. Okay. Nice draw, bro. Must be nice. There's a loud plane outside of my place. It's the most depressing song you've heard in your life, really. What about the one where Grant parts with his lover and every Viking has to go to Valhalla someday? Ace 15. Crying station. What the results from yesterday? Two ball, two hit. For Emery, for station. Pretty classic. We won the Lantern Hopium Dream. No, I went 3-2, which was a fine score. I played against a very hateful deck in the last round. They lost versus Hammer. Alright, is there anything else you would like me to try? Maybe from like this weekend, maybe some past weekend, maybe some non-weekend. Because we could run back either of the decks for a league again. Yeah, it's a good deck. We could play the Sparring Spec deck, yeah. You play Rhinos, I never played Rhinos. Okay, let's play a league with Doomwing Rhinos. It's like, I think it's nonsense, but I understood the last phrase. I'm begging you to play Rhinos and play Branchlove Pathway, what the hell? Play Horizon Canopy. Straight Pathway in this deck, what? Why is there a pathway in this deck? Doesn't Doomwake know that fetches are just straight up better than pathways unless you really value one life point? Sixteen fetches. And what? So what? Can't afford the 17? Green filter, it's so bad. Why would you filter it to green white? wish you luck in your intermittent fasting. It's like using non-white bordered planes as an Easter egg of sorts, for those in the know. Sulfur Falls. Just to make playing 80 cards just so that you can play meme lands. Is that like the sole purpose? Thus, isn't Sulfur Falls just gonna be better than Fastlands? Always? Like, what's the upside of that? So we can play Fun Service Grove. Me on me. Alright. Free Prismari command because it's actually good. Fire Ice because it's actually good. A new artifact token along the lines of Clue, Food and Treasure. More game objects in Crimson. Wow. Damn, where did you find? Where'd you learn this? Is there some kind of a stream happening right now? Before previous for Innistrad Crimson Wow. Officially begin, I thought it would be fun to do another of my duelist style teasers. The following counter types: Bloodline, Croak, Invitation, Judgment, Omen, Slime, and Suspect. I can barely hold it. Croak counters, lol. Insane. A popular and powerful creature card from an instant set gets reprinted. What's the name of the guy? Huntmaster of the Fields? Probably. Has to be. Thalia. Yeah, there was already reprinted. Snapcaster Mage in Standard again? From an inside it might be also like, guys. Legendary character returns, but now as a vampire? Damn. Green? No, they said popular. New mechanic, which is a mirror of an already existing mechanic. Damn, is that gonna be... I don't know, mirror? So it's like flashback, but you cast spells from your exile and they go into your graveyard. And it's gonna be called Bug Flash. A new card lets you cast certain cards at the top of your library, but that's in every set. A new legendary creature card combines two characters that previously each had their own legendary creature card. Interesting. Thalia plus Guys, and the card is gonna be called Thalia and Guys. A mechanic that first appeared as a faction mechanic returns. What's a faction? Olivia plus whoever she marries, probably. A card that makes red dragon illusion creature tokens with flying and haste. Interesting. Choosing a number between 0 and 13. With mana value rest 10 or equal the number of vampires you control. If it's red, you may cast it this turn. Zombies you control have flying. Beginning of your upkeep, an opponent may sacrifice a creature. Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent. Twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Slug, Horror, Spirit, Warlock, Human Peasant, Kraken, Horror. I am absolutely mediumly excited. Is there an alternative card to Charmo to play? It's kinda stinky. This is Sparta. As it doesn't last more than 1 hour, I may slow it there. I assume this hand is gonna be a mulligan because it's not Gucci. This one on the other hand, I don't know, bros. On the cascade cards, I'll keep this with interaction. Mulligan that hand is weird jump. The first one? No third lane, no cascade. Nothing. Pokemon. Why fetch Triumph? I fetched Rogrin because I'm used to fetching Rogrin from the other deck. Oh yeah, Prismatic Command, I love this. Oh, we're playing as a sort of a combo deck. That explains something. I want to draw a Tryon. Let's fetch it out. I guess we're gonna die anyways, probably, because my hand is so... I might as well concede now, but we don't need to. At least I don't know I'm playing Rhinos, so... That's an upside. Are you going to play the Corona Horror Gamma when Constant Steam next month? Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. I didn't know it's coming. I don't know I don't know anything about that game. So I probably will not. You don't get it back, right? Under, World Breach. The Swindle deck is occasionally roaming the modern leagues and it's really good against Yorion, I will tell you. Those are gonna come in. Those are gonna come out. Tefari. Fire Ice is some medium. Prismatic Command does some like Bersley stuff. Omnav is pretty bad. I probably could cut Omnav. I think the Brazen has like a minimal. Playing Yorion is like playing a 12-card sideboard. Yeah. This thing also like has a 0 value. It gets 0 value from Yorion Blink, so it's a one, just 4/5 creature. Clean Cyber Plan though. Sure. It's not really valuable by itself though. I thought we settled the Doomwag. I thought we settled that one. on that. Is mulliganing this and weird jump too? So just deploy the Rhinos and no. No, just too weak. It's not gonna do anything. Okay, this hand is Pepe Jammers. I will put back Vigor. Vedic guys will never have Rhinos in hands. Can't wait. I mean, you get to draw something. So you will have something in your hand, right? So. Fought good and fought bad times until it's not that easy to dispute something against them. Seeing the fetch for Omnath. I think I should play Rhinos now. The other deck plays Flusterstorm, and also it doesn't really. Well, I mean, it's kind of better to do it against Flusterstorm than Upkeep, but. I think their deck might not be playing Flusterstorm because they'd be like, yeah, Rhinos, I beat them very easily. I let Prem go. I dropped that O2, so you could say that went not that well. Every time we play a modern prelim, here's fucking Voyage. We don't really have a 2-10 clock anyway, so maybe I'm gonna draw another Cascade. Rhino is colorless, by the way. Wait, that's not true, it's not. Here's Voyage. Interesting. Oh, they don't have the big field. Interesting. Should I grab the Yorion now to have a card for this? I probably won't need to use it, or I could just flash into Endurance. Probably flash the Endurance. So we have 7 power. It's gonna be hard to use it as interaction, and then on the next turn you can draw a blue card, and you can pick it up. You can just have 2 forces. Don't scour. Sure. Wish Abrudike. I didn't seem all that strong, especially given that I'm end of turn endurancing. Storm from the Wish. Ha ha ha. Is that so funny? Is that so funny to you, John Star? I think grabbing the Yorion is better, because then we can have 2 forces while. Because we can counter the spell end of turn, but I'm not weak to Twiddle tapping my lands. Dreamscape rather. I think Rhinos should be pretty good against combo decks, considering we have a decent Clog and Phone. Yeah, I have less of them, right, because of Yorion. We have 2 breaches. Whoa, 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 whoa. They need to counter that, and they also need to win through force afterwards. Wow. I wouldn't think they would have to fail. But I guess it did. Now you just have one force. What do you think, chat? Should I have countered or not? Well, we have two forces, so the force would have tried for Veil anyways, I guess. Letting them use the Veil was actually bad. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Well, whatever, whether I use it or whatever. I don't know. Like we making them spend mana for the Veil on the return would be valuable, I think. Protect your neck. Think in the end would be the same. Well, they will have like one less mana on the turn. Not fully the same. Alright, this hand has endurance, force. I just need to draw 2 lands in a row, but then it's kind of strong. We have the fire eyes, so. Rhinos gameplay. Yeah. This could be a starter deck. Whoops. Oh, dog. Whoops. That isn't far from the truth, Ria. Numbers. Like misfetch too. Okay, so bad. I want to play the. I want to be able to play a play anyways because I want to keep the green card for the outburst. The outburst better. Keep the borrower. Well. Well. In 5, so you know, kind of late, but you're getting there. Would you fart into the microphone for 1000 subs? I prefer not to. If you would like to donate 1000, or gift 1000 subs, then that would be very welcome, but other than not do such arrangements. Okay. A5. Okay. Whoa, 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 buddy. I guess that's a footsie, so they kill themselves with the footsies. What a nice deck. Wow. Yeah, I take back what I said about Rhinos being weak. Because they clearly delivered as much as they needed this game. Doom is a genius. Well said. Alright, let's go. You're gonna 5 right now. Power prediction. Let's just go step by step. Two all. Baby steps, chat. Don't count the chicken before they hatch. This is a hand that Doomway keeps, but it is not a hand that I would like to keep. I'll tell you. We keep Tefari or Omnath? This makes Tefari, but I can't articulate why. El Hamerino. Can ice the Saga. Yeah, you're probably gonna tap the Saga, right? Hey. What if Esper Sentinel would just counter your spell if you don't pay, instead of doing what it does? What kinda eye-opening wouldn't it be? I feel like I'm in a pickle, chat. Nodding my hands like, yeah. Well, it wouldn't be a Thalia, just Thalia for one spell. So like Thalia for every spell. Already kinda is a Thalia, but not really. But I also still think that if Ragavan can exist, and I think 2-1 per Sentinel also could exist. Maybe just with fixed, like pay 1 per spell rather than pay whatever its power, because that's kind of like random text. Thing is that they're gonna just use givers to let creatures pass my Rhinos, and I will die. We don't need Ragavan level cards or even want. Well, but they are here, so just. I agree that pay 11 is pretty funny. Side of life. Okay, so what I'm supposed to do now, because I have a shit TBH, don't know. Draw something insane. I think I can do anything actually. Bounce the hammer. Lay the giver. No, okay. Yeah, we can maybe bounce the hammer. But I think it's quite very bad against hammer. I don't know if there is a popular consensus on the matchup. Hammer is the best deck. I'm auto yielded to that, I can have paid. So maybe playing a basic mountain. It is, right? Yeah. Hammer is good deck and all, but it is just creatures, and you can easily beat just creatures with a deck that is prepared to do so. What's bad? Is the very good? It's got so much mana to play. Yes, but deck is best in modern in terms of results and consistency. Yeah, there's like always hammer in preliminaries, I guess. Can cut Omnath. The fight is Omnath is so expensive in this deck, it feels like. They're just never gonna be a part of my good hand, except that it pitches to everything, so it's kinda good for that reason, so I guess I'll keep it. Can cut Force of Negotiation, although it is a way to interact. So Force or Teferi? I think Teferi because I have to pay mana for that and just kinda lame. Although Force can be maybe like cut 2 and 2. Because Force is also kinda bad. Because having multi-forces seems kinda bad. Well, I guess you're gonna pitch Force to Force then. There's not that many cards I can force even though to begin with. Because the Teferi can just merely bounce some monster boys. The hammer. Teferi also kinda weird versus weak versus Giver. I think my deck is kinda weak versus Giver. Giver not very popular in hammer nowadays. I think you could probably play a few days of hammer maybe. Because we haven't played a deck ever. Well, not ever. We haven't played a deck much and I would like to be a little bit more in touch with the powerful decks sometimes. Although, for us to play Hammer, we would first have to finish our Rhinos League, and it doesn't seem like my opponent is going to let us play anytime soon. We're stuck with them in a virtually a prison, waiting for them to pass priority. Well, so how's your day going, Chad? Have you done anything great today? Would I not be good in standards without triumphs? So now, let's say, would I not be good in standard now? Is it a keep? I guess I'll keep this. That's an interesting question. Because it will be a hefty mana cost to support. Although, like, Vuburg, it's not actually that hard. Unless you'll be forced to play a bunch of the same basic in a deck that play that. So I don't think the triumphs actually like matter that much. I think the decks were cutting triumphs a little bit. They didn't play the full 8 for sure. Played the Aspirant Standard yesterday, my mana was awful, but did you play any double colored cards? I remember when the Omnath deck existed, I didn't even play the full sets of triumphs though. I think it kinda... I don't think necessarily needs to. Probably kind of splashing the white black XL card. That doesn't answer my question. Did you have any double cost cards? So not legal standard. This is currently not legal standard. This legal in my hand though. Yeah, so like your mana base was awful because you had double blue and double black. And I think like Vubrugge is much easier actually. Hmm. I'm gonna make Rhinos. The cluster is small. Oh, I didn't switch my Hell Fountain. It's mismatched. Chad, you made your mom into a creature in the newest set. Slag horror. Damn, that was brutal. Perixis, that was insane. Chad will never recover. Wow. Boom, boom. If I attack really aggressively, they will have no... They won't have the balls to block because the borrower would shrek them. No jak kurwa blokujesz, no jak? Skąd masz takie jaja ze stali? Ja pierdolę, byku. Co? Wow. They fixed their primary sub shit. What's the primary sub shit? Thank you. How? I have those. Did I send this attack? I said that if I attack really aggressively, my opponent will not have the balls to call my bluff. Because that block is fairly poor versus borrower. Maybe it's not poor actually, but it is a bit poor. Although, well, it is actually great to block versus borrower if I have borrower in hand. And I'm signaling borrower by attacking. I would say this Ornithopter is fairly relevant being equipped with an Colossus Summer. Kinda. It was yeah. I am a Fossen boy from Twitch TV. Memes with Paladin. Reddit. Spam, Fossen boy. Said the Rhinos in unison. That's a good draw. just wait. So surprisingly relevant this deck. Yeah, I thought it's gonna be another synergy because, you know, 2 Rhinos exalted, so bad, but it's been actually relevant. I played against Doomwake yesterday on Saturday, a few times. I couldn't have blocked in a few spots because with the +1/+1. Hyper fighted down, thanks for the energy chat. Yeah, surely the entire chat was providing you with much energy, Timo. But great when you're keeping one attacking while the other one sitting back to block. Very true, yeah, very true. Canister, please come to Brazil. Okay. I'm coming right now. David Hasselhoff. I think I want to have 2 4s and 2 time travelers. Keep Fury Solitude, no ways to cast them, but why isn't the Rhinos deck playing tons of spell lands? Like Seagate Restoration. I've seen Timur play Seagate Restoration, right? No. That's a problem. I also got to suspend the Rhinos, but that's actually good. Game 3? Yeah, it is game 3 right now. We're supposed to... I guess to win, I probably need to kill the mirror. So my suspense. Isn't Shatter School for pitch? Yeah. What does the blue one do for a deck? Well, pitch is to force. Oh. How is working this deck? Restaurant 2, by the way, right now. It's really sucks that they have another one. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, this deck is all about praying. We know that. Honestly, I prefer playing 60 or 80 card deck. Well, in general, I prefer a 60 card deck, right? But sometimes Yorion is very poggers and it's worth the obvious downgrade of playing 80, right? No, never. No, 80 cards never good, said John Star. Certainly hard times. Any card decks main downside is shuffling and me flinging cards all over the table. It is painful, yeah. They didn't equip the Paladin, which seems kinda bad. They could have activated Link Move to get the third artifact and then move the hammer to Paladin. Maybe just have another hammer anyways, but then the Void Mirror would counter. Void Mirror takes yet another victim. Okay, didn't matter ever. I countered my own Mem Knight. Also, fuck you, Canister. You know, anyways, I could have gotten Lurus. So it didn't really matter, but... How's your deck versus Hammer doing? I would say from this match that I don't actually know. Hard for me to say. TBH. But it doesn't seem super great. Did get housed by the Void Mirror. Timur has a good matchup versus Hammer. I could see it getting worse, but I think Solid should make it feel about the same. I'm not sure. It did look like the fact that Solitude gains your opponent 10 life. Like, I would say that, I guess on the play I'll keep. But I would say that the fact that they have 60, they gain 10 life is pretty problematic for this deck. Well, just kind of unlike the regular Domnov piles, which don't really care about the life at all. Rhinos have no good matchups. Oh. Arguably, Rhinos have a good matchup against my decks. That might be not even the case. Why no Emrakul Plan? It seemed impressive. What? I had Emrakul in my 4-color deck, yeah. I don't have it in Rhinos. Do I was playing Emrakul? The Promised Land? And Hammer? Wait, Emrakul? The Promised Land and Hammer? The more surprising facts? Yorion, okay. I wouldn't think you need one in 80 cards. The endurances anyways. Have a hammer in hand. It's gonna be a problem. Did they not attack for 14? They're afraid of, I don't know, stuff. I don't know of what exactly. I have played a lot of Hammer and can say with confidence that Ingenious Smith is not good. Yeah, I mean, that's the opinion of everyone here. Milk. Milk, milk. I think they need to look for the white card. Can force them to spend 1 more mana, but they gain 10 more life. Is it worth it? It's actually 2 more mana. 2 more mana? Pretty... Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm not sure if my choice is correct. But we do hit hard once we hit. Shouldn't they have this attack and flash the hammer? You're missing that it was an Urza Saga's hammer. So they couldn't have flashed it in. Okay, now we have a 2-turn clock against, I guess, an opponent with nothing, right? They probably won't have nothing. Okay, they do have nothing, they have just that. Oh, that's a decent card. Can tap the Saga, or you can just save it. Does that make a concert? I don't think. I think you just save it. Tap the white mana. And then I can tap the Ludos and kill them. Unless they would also go land into something else. Ice, ice, baby. Would be fine if I played Yorion and blinked my 3 Rhinos right now and would be like, huh. Yeah, just tap the Ludos and kill them, copium. That would be hilarious, I agree, yeah, it would be super, super hilarious. I can board the dragon in maybe. Because the force, both the force is non-super and fire is non-super, so I'm gonna keep one force, one to fairy. The fire. The force is so bad and the dragon is nuts. Why are there no super standard decks right now? Because that's how typically standard is, it's just non-super decks. Although the Epiphany deck is kinda super, it's like almost an interesting deck. It goes big and does these like slightly offbeat. Daj mi tekst, o czym ty mówisz? Whoopsies. I do agree that I wouldn't play the game of Magic the Gathering if all gameplay would look like mono green and standard. Certainly wouldn't be into that. Oh, we've got the Obsidian Channel against the Saga. Certainly is going to play. Jesper list, Liar list I played in the challenge yesterday was good. Okay. Okay. I wouldn't play MTG if I couldn't pass Sassy in Cannister's chat. Maybe we could make the redeem like twice per day or thrice per day. It's once per day kind of slow. Let me make colorless. Would be nice if it would. I was shocked because set me free. Or avoid blue red for now unless your version is good at the moment. Your threat seems easy to answer than before. In standard or in modern? Wait, they get a hammer? They don't even have the equipper. They do have an equipper. I should have killed the construct response. I probably should have. Equip the stoneforge. I'm gonna be in a stupid position. They want to go to one life. So the problem would be just one line attack. The construct. No. I don't think that makes sense. Because you can have lethal without this. Counterspell was never super in that deck on the early game. I think that's kind of nonsensical talk. How Saga and Blue Red. Like the Saga and Blue Red just literally pays for nothing. Doesn't pay for nothing. It's not a land, it's a useless card. Am I dead? Bounce the Stoneforge. Take 12. Bounce the hammer. Take 12. Take non 12. Right, because it removes 12 power. It's gonna be 1, 5, 5. Interesting. Replace Cancer with Mana Leak. Yeah, that's a route. And Fury is great. Like I'm drawing quite well. We are dead? What? Why? Pence will be unable to tap this for mana if I attack with both. Which might be relevant. Like they don't really play removal against me. They shouldn't play removal against me, I don't think so. How do you feel about Omen of the Sea in the deck? In Rhinos? No. In 4-color? You can't play cantrips for 2 mana, don't do anything. Does even less than Coatl. I think Omen of the Sea is way too dunk for Modern. I'm actually 2-1. That was a game of Magic the Gathering, actually. I ripped like the perfect answers. Not once, not twice, but actually, I think once or twice, exactly. It's basically Rhinos with free spells, lol. What? Every Rhinos is with free spells, isn't it? Just meant something else. Another hammer. Should we force a Springleaf drama? It kinda doubt it. Probably would have forced the Saga on an XL. We're going to play Lurus Rhino next. I can't. Doesn't make sense. I'm going to play Keruga Rhinos before I play Lurus Rhinos. Cascade card for 2 mana. Do it. The thing with the Cascade card is The Cascade card has for 2 mana has no upside, right? Because the upside of being 2 mana would be that you get to play it on turn 2, but you can't, right? How do you feel generally about MH2? I mean, isn't it the first time in modern history that shakes so much the meta? Question mark. Well, it was Modern Horizons 1 too, right? 2 years before, 2 years ago. 2019? Valky shook the meta harder. I mean... No, Valky Hogek. Whatever, but... Fury. The game was big and extreme fun, but it wasn't good. If side decided to get to play Tarmogoyf and friends, fair. But I don't think you really do, because you can't just like play. Well, I mean, you can play 4 cascades in your deck, but that's kinda low. And you're gonna cascade into Mishra's Bubble, because somehow you need to get Delirium. Playing Rhinos, you have Betrayed. Betrayed what? Whom's? Why do you never play the new meme deck? Which one is the new meme deck? I think I played plenty of meme decks in my career. Falcon and Yorion is the new meme deck. The Pepega Glimpse deck, obviously. Whenever I played it, I failed, so I stopped. Will Hammer deck still powerful without Lurus? Question mark. What's happening to Lurus? Where is Lurus going? Did somebody top it with Kadra? Or with Nettlesis? Yeah, Hammer is like an absolutely opportunistic Lurus deck. It does increase the win rate of this deck for sure, but it's far from being a key piece. I guess I'm gonna push you enough anyways. 2 canary spells, so I should have played the player. Russo's going to Ram Ranch to get down fight and naked cowboys in the showers. Fuck you, Luke. Yeah. Attacking with the construct seems super bad here. Have you looked at decklist today? I tried, but they weren't on Goldfish, so I couldn't. They were not available on Goldfish for some reason yet. I think we can look at decklist a little bit after this league. I think this play is good for them knowing your hands. I don't know. I said I could like make an 8-8 console next turn. So then I can't block it with a single Rhino. Seems super bad to me. The Omnav looks super medium in this deck. So I guess Omnav is like decent to play on the Chalice, most likely. I mean, yeah, this pitch to everything, I guess that's pretty good. That alone is pretty okay. Canister, what about ... 80 cards shape a new wall? Wow. That sounds legit, insanely... I could think... Oops. Excuse me next time. Let's draw a fetch. 2 map for me. Et j'étais prêt. Tu m'as promis et j'étais prêt. Tu m'as promis et j'étais prêt. Alright, borrower or a fetch? Borrower or a fetch? Borrower or a fetch? I would like to borrow either. I would love to draw one of those mentioned cards. You draw Rhinos. Fuck you, Canister. You draw Rhinos. Now you drew fetch. Not fetch, but we live. One thing part is that I cannot quite attack. Nor neither can I force. Oh no, it is Esper Sentinel. Another artifact and I'm toast. I'm toast. Will my opponent... what? Tackle the giver. Oh, my opponent humiliate me by just attacking? Okay. Imagine we had portable hall. Yeah. Yeah, we'll cascade into it. Smash Springleaf drums, yeah, I mean, just a person enjoys their multitude of Springleaf drums and you are out there shaming. Just kind of forces because they suck. It's very not super. Also, this is like third hammer in a row. Wish I played a John Ryan deck. I'm gonna say super deck, I think so too. Diddles. Does the Diddles emote work even? Because it doesn't. Which I don't know why, but I did add it. Okay, it works. Good. We have 4 different lattice runs. Which like all of them. Why are you asserting homo artwork normativity? Not cool. I bought it in the dragon, right? So I want to fetch red. Fatigue. Should say artwork in Latin or something to make it look legit. What's the Latin word for artwork? Work the words. What happened to Hugh? It's no longer sponsoring my stream. So I didn't like the company, like streamer agency. So canceled TG and Hugh parted ways, and now I'm consuming actual food instead. Which, to be fair, I kinda prefer. Big fan of food here. Real food's pretty cool, yeah. Yeah. I'm not a big food person, but occasionally I do enjoy taste. Damn, that's a good one, Alex. Homo artem normativity. Yeah, sounds good. Chad, what if Rhinos was suspend 1? Instead of being like this, like entire silly suspend whatever the amount is, like 4? That could be cool. Rhinos suspend 1, just like would open up a new avenues for the deck. Maybe 3 of the Cascade cards regime. Suspend 4, but sort of 5 because they don't have haste. Damn. I think this version is better than normal Rhinos. It seems to me like I wouldn't think so. Yorion comes up rarely. But you know, Suspend 69 low base. Yeah. I want to prevent this. I won't pay now. I like the artwork on the tokens of the Rhinos. They're just like very aggressive, charging, ready to rumble. Like, you know, it's serious business for those Rhinos. The Rhinos are crashing, exactly. Put in equipment. Ah? Very Lurus deck. Nani? Nani? What do they need like all that mana for? Well, they're gonna make some constructs, I was afraid of that. It's very well played by them. I think so. You know what set the card Crash of Rhinos is from and what it does? It's a 5 mana 4/4. With damage can be assigned without blocking. Go assigned to the opponent, not to the blocker. And it's from Tempest. Okay. It appeared to me that they wanted the access to Hammer. Jessica. Control opponent. It doesn't feel like they made the greatest use of the Urza saga ever. I assume there is a paladin lurking in their hands. który jest jak twierdza. Thinking about it, I could keep the funny, like, I could pitch, kill, and then also gain more life from this, but thinking that the funny just in case for the next turn. Well, they have 2 stone forges, I don't know like how they beat me. But maybe they're gonna go like Paladin, Hammer, Hammer, Shadow Spear. Then it would be nice to have the Teferi to be able to bounce, but it's like not die to that. Not sure. Not 100% sure, but I think Grand Abolisher is slightly worse than Defense Grid. Okay. Jessica, 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 Jessica. Okay, so you need one more hammer and the Shadow Spear too, bro. Is that coming? Jessica, baby, please don't make me cry. So they have one hammer. Okay, so that's 12 lifelinking power. Yeah, and then we're gonna have to fight to bounce the Mystic that's gonna be trying to block with those. I take down to 5. But actually, we have 16, have 19 power exactly. Phew. Calculated, right? Calculated. So the Pshmar beginning is right, it's just an interesting card to sideboard. I don't really have the score of this game though. And the cardboard is only telling me that we are still sideboarding for game 2. Ending is loose from the hammer side, only ever hits 1 Rhino. That's true. That's true. I'm going to take a bathroom break while we're sideboarding. Because I need to poop. Shmadik Rich, I'm very happy that you chose to spend your Twitch Prime on my channel in order to support me. It is very, very nice. Igor is very pog. It's just ice and 5 lands. So I think I'll mulligan. And will he do it? Mulligan. Almost. Well, we would need a mod on duty to time you out, Oshin. Which seems not to be the case. Currently. Any mods in the chat? Well, you are a mod. Yeah, internet janitors. Wow, a prediction from 3 minutes ago. You can mod me. I'm sorry, I only mod subscribers. Considering tapping the seal and clearing. I do draw a card though, so... Hello, Canister MTG. I would say that you are free. We are. Well said. Thank you, Eric Smitake, for utilizing your Prime Gaming and supporting my channel. It's very cool. Yeah, like most about Candy's chat, I know we are all on hard tracks. I'm not sure that's the case. What? Not even grabbing Glorus, keeping an instant for the next game. Fire the Sentinel. It just seems... I don't know, just... Let's just untap and cast a... The oil and outburst. Cause I don't need to go fast, and I think my late game's kinda Gucci. I'll attack with Nettle Sentinel. It's kinda inexplicable of an attack to me, but yes, there's also currently cyborging for game 2 in a modern challenge, yeah. This is a song. Allegedly, the Beatles. Doesn't really seem to be a song though. I don't know who those Beatles are. Oh, double skips. Besides yourself, what's your favorite PT winning deck? Minus Evans Flock Standard Exo Control. Favorite control player? Minus Yasuoka. Yeah, me too, same. Gojira, Yama's Messengers. Whenever I heard the song, I was like thinking, heard the title of the song, I was thinking of Yama Killer. I was like, damn, Yama Killer is Song of Yama. My opening. Yama's Messengers, yeah. Equipping. Sure. Okay. Owned to an extent. I would say quite owned. So that vigor. Target permanent hanging sex of indestructible at the end of turn. Wow. So can we protect Hammer with this? Vigor. Nice of him not to block. True. Hexorf is indestructible after all. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't know how many black skills you can play, and like, I already spent one, so it's maybe possible that they would have another hammer. If I just like kill the hammers in the upkeep, and then they go, okay, hammer, then knight, equip, and I'm like, damn, unavoidable. I just really skipped. Yeah, I couldn't play. I'm playing on Blacksmith's Mail. Ending, sure. And have buff? I think I should attack with all if they have buff still. Why not block Inkmoth and destroy both hammers? It was flying. Wasn't it? It had 2 mana tap. They actually do have buff, wow. But it's flying, but then it again is flying. Chad, don't you know the Inkmoth trick by now? Now they got to 1, they can't use those, that's good for me. If they activate Inkmoth again, gains flying again because of time stomps. Ella giggle, Ella giggle, Ella giggle. Alright, we won the match. Fire Ice. Nice. Yeah, we won that match, but at the cost, what cost, bros? Well, what was the cost? Can I say that you like rap? Not really, I wouldn't say so. I'm a big fan of rap. Any chance I'm going to cycle the lane? Maybe, I guess. I prefer the company of man. Literally time walk in hand, yeah. Red board. Fish stomping ground? How was Flusterstorm main? It's been fine. I lost a lot, but I don't think it was because of Flusterstorm, because losing versus matchups where would have been a bit not great to begin with. Some combos and some goblins. I mean, I guess I went 3-2 and an 0-2. What did I lose to? Primal Titan? Against what else? Timur? Morgtide? And Vala could bring to light. But the Fluster song was actually quite nice against the BTL. Quite relevant. Although not ideal, because misses the fun in those matchups, which is very crucial. Fetching for the fire is probably not gonna be worth it. Into 9 life. Player named Boroshon playing Bird. Unbelievable. Yeah. Actually, I would say it's quite believable. I can get host by like the other lightning helix. It's not like I'm outplanning power after Safari. Either force of negotiation, which I probably won't get the chance to. Oh, I did get the chance to. My point concedes the game after doing that. Don't we have good cards against Bern? My sideboard. We have terrible ones like Prismatic Command. Although it's good for pitching it if they have Chalice. I'm not sure if Bern plays Chalice. It kinda would be. Could be. No, they play Rolling Vortex. So I guess I want the Forces. No, because Force is not good against Rolling Vortex. Well, what do I do then? Can put the drag on versus him. Well, I could, but all non-basic land, lol. Oh, but it doesn't cost less for non-basics, right? That's true, you never said that. Didn't have mystical dispute over something bad. And maybe taking 5 from the broil is like legit. I don't know, doesn't think so. Maybe endurance or like creature, power, toughness, but I think I already have dispute. Not sure though. Do you think Grove of the Benevolence would be better if it actually gained you life instead of gaining the 1 life point to your opponents? I'll keep because I have John. 2 mana interaction for a creature. Yeah, I guess. Versus Eidolon, but good versus Rolling Vortex, and like we draw an extra card anyways. I thought it would demolish the Kavu decks. Not cool, not cool. Only one land. Fucking slaves. We don't need to fetch anymore, just for the John. Skip this turn, we play Rhinos and next turn you have Tefari, then we play Yon for +7. It's okay. Wish I had another Fury though. Wish I revealed a Fury after attacking me like this. Boy next door. Boy next door. I go to 9 life. Ah, me getting hit by the Eidolon. Ah, me getting hit by the Eidolon again. Ah. Can you cyber down to 60 against Baron? I believe I didn't answer this question, and you can't. Even though I assume you know that you can't because you posted a Pepengu. Bolt, bolt, and bolt. No, no bolts. Skewer. No, rift bolts. Got little time. Still streaming. Yes, in fact, I am streaming. Unfortunately, I can't play Tefari with this stupid mana. Damn it. The Rift Bolt Arena. Boros Chambon. Shoe head are pre-recorded. I do not wear shoes, so it's kind of awkward. Maybe want the figures for Eidolon alone. I know. Oh, let's have a dispute. Can you cyber down to 7 cards against Baron? Saracle, Island, win easy. You need to move to 6, right? I should have played this first, I don't know. What do you think, chat? Discuss in the chat. Should I have played the Top Secret Foundry? You hate anime guys so much? Really? No, just kidding, I enjoy anime them. Good as good. Yeah, I mean, anime. Imagine if we had no anime, like, how would we cope with the world? Probably, well, just a regular way, like adults should. Just by working our jobs and starting families. But given that we do have anime, we don't need to do that. The Time Wizard. Again, Solitude, one of my Rhinos. Omna seems super bad in this deck. Again, just like always want to play towards Omna, but you just only works on 5 lands. It's just a little bit too bad. I have 3 lands, they have a Riftbolt coming, they bolted me. Probably should get my Rhino now. Also imagine the world in which Boros Charm would deal 3 damage and not 4. Would be something. Maybe some other world. Imagine, yeah, so what are the results? What are your further thoughts? Which should we play? Exactly, yeah. Oh, with 4 wands. Boggy strat. Ooh, Bog Jump! Ooh. Play against Free Hammer, Burn, and Meme Lotus Field combination. We're gonna be looking at Goldfish now. Yeah, that's going to be the last segment of the stream today. It's gonna be looking at deck lists. They uploaded them to Goldfish, which they did, so there's been many tournaments to look at. Kanister nasz pop czempionek, no ciekawe. Modern Premier. Modern Challenge. Alright, let's go. Doom just lost against Bern 2 minutes ago. Do you think the matchup against Bern is hard? It's hard for me to tell. I would need to play it more times to get a better feel. Alright, let's look at the modern challenge that we were third on. Spike with the Spike deck. Is he playing this today too, or is he playing a new deck already? Let's take a look. I haven't actually watched any of his matches of this deck, so he's playing mono white Fiddle Bender right now. Yeah. It's not that. There's some nice things about this deck. But my gripe with it is that it's basically has no space for stuff. Because Ephemerate elementals and then persist on Margrave Archons, and that's kind of like a lot. We played this, right, or a different build. I never played with Ephemerate, Grief, and this. Oh yeah, the archetype Vurg on both second and third place. Also, somehow Rhinos is more expensive than my deck. How is that possible? What's that, like 4 endurance? It's probably 4 negations, right? Yeah, 4 for the negation. Fury is so much, damn. Ryzen Borrower is costly. Prismari, free Prismari is 40 tickets, yeah, pierdol. Oi, oi, oi. And then that's like the same cards, the costly cards. Also more endurance. It's also so many tickets. Why is it so expensive? It's insane. And Vigor is also almost, it's 40 tickets, over 40 tickets. Insane. Damn, second place Vurg by Canister, that's kind of based. Third, yeah, that was third. Third place, Canister. Crusher bought BG with Nettleses and Sword of Fire and Ice, and the Cyber Sword of Sinew and Steel, and Sword of War and Peace over Lurus, which is interesting. It's giving Lurus for Sword and for Nettleses. And also, I guess, no Fotsy Splash, playing Seal Shaper's Gift and actually having many options to grab in a longer game. Paradise Model 2. This is the no dram list. It's just so weird to me, always like no drams. The dram is so good at this deck. Still, you play 2 cards that cost more than 2. You play a Sword and Nettleses and you just like have access to them plenty because of those, right? But yeah, when I tried playing Kaldra, it was always that I didn't want to get the Kaldra over a Hammer because it felt like a worse choice, but yeah, maybe it has some merit. Really big fan though. I think that probably the Fotsies are better. Seems like we weren't gonna be looking at any more deck lists. Oh, we will. Nettleses is a lot better than Kaldra. I agree, Nettleses is kinda boggers. Nettleses is actually pretty powerful. Yeah, Sword of Sin and Seal is just protections. Also Mortar Pod, you can tell that Crusher bot BG loves equipments. Yogmod with Thrun the Last Troll. I was thinking of playing Thrun the Last Troll in some deck at some point after MH2, but I remembered Dress Down and I didn't want to play Thrun anymore. It sounded like a good time. Urge, After Wind, Rhinos with 2 Chandra Inferno against Blue-Eyed, nice. Just like kind of a leap from the 24 for the like 3-drop. Cast 3-drop plan, typically. Just cast 6-drop, but yes. Vurg by Snacky Misato, 27 lands free abundant harvests. Miracle the Promising I think is quite bold and it's actually quite useful for this deck. Very nicely surprise positively surprised by that card. Was it top 8 affinity? Damn. We should play affinity someday. Maybe those decks are refined ever since they existed at first. I remember playing affinity some like super early, I was trying to make an affinity deck that would work, and I didn't really get there. There's also like we've got Treasure Vault now, which is a new card. Ninth place, John Saga. Why is it Goldfish name the decks anymore? It's just all blue. W, Vuburge. What's Vuburge? Escape Shift. Only free bring to lights. It's just like easier to process when the decks have names, so you can actually see, interesting decks, and you can single out the decks that are interesting to you. Another one of those. Okay, so it's Serasa Mystery Emrakul. What's Urge? Rhinos, probably. Yeah, it's Rhinos. Mono green. Karn. Punching Patron when? Does he have the Patreon, or are you asking when, as in when it's gonna happen for us to save us? So I would pay him for name decks. This is the same deck. X-File Jant. What's gonna be red-green? Belcher. Oh, Monka Belcher. The Rhinos. I didn't know that Waffle is playing Omen of the Sea. I don't understand why is he playing Yorion in blue-white. All the chests in the sideboard now. It just seems weird to me. I don't know if you agree. It's just blue-white with a better companion. Yeah, but 80 is in general worse than 60, right? And then like he's also playing Omen of the Sea, which seems super bad to me. And a blue-white control deck is gonna be worse. A worse Yorion deck, I assume. So it is not tap out than the 4-color. Although maybe it's just... Yeah, here a blue-white has no card draw. I don't know if I agree with that. Last time we played blue-white. 2 Deluges, 3 Planeswalkers, 2 Archmage's Charms. I guess it doesn't have that much card draw. Can't flip Wall of Omens. Mean card to hit the third land. Okay, so they mean card draw. I mean, maybe it's better, I don't know. I guess like all the cards kinda... The cards are kinda similar, but one of the sea... So a bit not Pog, I don't know if I can stomach that. 11th place with blue-white. With Kahira, and also splashing Werther. Just the void. Yeah, seems... That's white black. Hammer. What's green black? Probably just... Yeah, Hapatra, Zero of Poisons. Okay, what about the Premier? 1 by 4 color. 2 Helix, 3 counterspell. 2 Fluster, 1 Emrakul, the Promised End. Okay, also almost 8 out of 8 companions. Lurus. Blue whites. Yorion. What's the first one? Kahira? Yeah, Kahira. Yorion. Lurus. Kahira. Plenty of blue whites. Hammer again. In 8th place, Voer. Okay, just this splashing the prismatic endings. Okay, still playing 3 blood wounds in spite of that. Just doesn't care. 2 snow-covered islands, no charms. So I guess you can play the blood wounds. As a zoomer guy, yeah. Imagine this, you've just fetched a Gingabed cabin, your opponent pondering deeply, not sure what's coming next, then you cast Shape Anew. Your opponent's floor drops to the floor. As you realize he's selling down an 11-11 Infect Trample, or they mention Indestructible. Yeah, that's power. Yeah. That's power, son. Oh, that's power. Incassi Solitudes. It's one of the possible scenarios. Whoa, this they got the 11th and in the PTQ. Probably not the worst idea. Like kinda after playing against it once or twice, it didn't seem like the worst idea ever because you do very reasonably hard cast a Primal Titan and like you have kind of nice overlap with Strike and Rich, etc. And you still like rent a Fari deck, so got the baseline of doing stuff. So this deck playing Evo, it's what's the name of the draw spell? Iteration, though. 1 island, the sideboards. There's no basics. No, I guess that's Island versus Blood Moon with the 3 other guys. That's a sound plan. Professor French with Vurg. For Borrower. Just Rhinos, sure. Very interesting. Ooh. What's this? Urza Lord High Artificer, 2 Fought Monitor, 2 Traveler, 1 Metal the Mixture, perfect. 4 Metallic Rebukake, 3 Thraba Inspectors, 4 Ingenious Smith. How many artifacts are in this deck? 21? 29 land Urza Yorion deck. 29 land, huh? Oops. 28 land. I was playing 27 in Yorion. Yeah, this is not a rand deck though, so it is. Can hear the chicken noise in my head. Yeah, I'm also doing that. Caldra, Nadelsus, Baterschool, Thopter Foundry. Excuse me, Thopter Fondue. Thopter Fondue, Relic of Progentus, Portable Hall, Fateful Absence. To transmute with the Moodle. You walk off with Swagger. You walk on with Swagger. Okay. This is interesting. It is also a 4 Razor type bridge deck, yeah. It's a little bit weird. White black, I assume Hammer. Yeah, another Hammer of Nettlesus by Yaek. Interesting. Who won the other modern challenge? Living and what? Living and dying. Is living and better than Rhinos? Why not? I think Rhinos fits more interaction more easily and it's less vulnerable to stuff because it's not vulnerable to graveyard hate on top of the other stuff. So in most matchups it's stronger. Rhinos. Although living in with grief is also quite powerful. Well, yeah, like you don't need to spend mana on cycling. Like living in has more of a fail rate because it can draw the living ends. It cycles. It has to put creatures in the graveyard. And then it also has to do all the cascade stuff, while Rhinos has to just do the cascade stuff while it can interact with stuff. Living is weak to different stuff than Rhinos. Not sure more people play Graveyard Hate than EE. I think more people play Graveyard Hate than EE, but maybe I'm wrong. I think overall, Living End, well, they are weak to slightly different stuff, but I think overall, Living End is a bit more vulnerable to just on the whole, right? There's plenty of hammer everywhere. I feel like I should be playing 4 color then still. Farm those. I kinda said I'm a huge fan and love your content, bro. I'm a control player and I have blue-eyed and I have almost all the glass 4x Solitude. It's too expensive for me right now, 45 each. What I can put instead and what you think, put a breeding pool or Ketria Triumph for the prismatic ending. Why would you play the Triumph? Definitely would play the Breeding Pool over the Triumph. Fail to see what's the upside of Triumph, just the cycling for free mana. I don't know, just buy Path to Exile. Again, I don't typically think of budget Moksha with same deck. 3 explosives, nice. Is it really 4 color decks that farm Hammer or just 4 Solitude decks? I mind Yorion didn't like this in general. I think this does farm Hammer quite a bit. Three explosives, no rip, no endurance. Yeah. Because this player realizes that Rhinos better, so no point in preparing for living it, right? Burn. Specials playing Ragavans in their deck. Nice. Yeah, it's so many of those decks. What? It's 3 Yorions on Sunday in the top 8 in the challenge. Yes, I guess many people are indeed playing. I don't know. I mean, it's like in leagues people play whatever. Like if there's like this one guy with Lotus Field, they run into over and over and die to them. Unless they play deep with Rhinos and I don't die to them. But it's interesting that maybe people are acknowledging that a little bit in their deck choices. For example, like the Valakut deck, that would make sense as a reaction to that. Chad, did you know that Adeline, if you're gonna have 3 creatures in play, her cost in the deck is gonna be, her power in the deck is gonna be free and Imperial Recruiter cannot get her? Thalai playing the Rhinos. Yeah, Thalai looks like a Rhinos person to me. Turak. What's just Ragdos? No, Mardu. Big Dan. Not a single Tron land whatsoever on those challenges. But a lot of this. A lot of Yorion popularized. Like all the Elementals players also switched. Probably just a better deck. Jeszcze zaraz nakarmię bułeczko, bo zaraz będę kończyć stream. Alright, you know what? Why am I playing the Obsidian Charmer? I love when you're up late, Kaneki. I'm about to finish though, so enjoy while it's lasting. Goes Mew, it's a she. Damn, those counter spells are an eyesore though. I love them though. That's it though. Thank you very much for watching today. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you had a good time watching me play. And thanks to everybody who subscribed, because we've got plenty of people subbing today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Yes, oh, a decent amount. I'll see you tomorrow with more looking at decklist and playing decks. We're gonna pick something as fun as Folklore Rhinos and Folklore Witness, Yorion, Pylo, yada yada. I'll send you over to another streamer playing Magic Online. Let's see who is up at this time. On twitch.tv. Restoring Balance to Modern, MTG Goldfish. Vintage Cube, short little stream. Modern Rhinos. Alright, let's watch more of Rhinos. Cringe Rhinos. Take care, nerds.